factory creates joyous snacks enriched with energics. Sunridge Bakery and Grocery Stores offers a holistic food experience with bakery items, groceries, and cakes, all handcrafted using Sunridge products. Our edible oil refinery produces premium oils and vanaspati, fortified with essential nutrients. Brands like Dastak, Ehtimam, and Zocchi blend omega-3 and 6 and vitamins A, D, and E, catering to global customers. Our journey doesn't stop there. We transform crushed seeds into high-quality animal feed, completing our integrated value chain. As we strive towards net zero by 2050, we remain committed to our promise for better nutrition. Unity Foods, food for life. In the symphony of life, change is the only constant, weaving a tapestry of evolving realities. We stand at the forefront, challenging the impossible, connecting you to a world of passion, and binding you to your own happiness. We are the architects of transformative change, and our medium is something fundamental. Food, more than sustenance, is an emotion, a promise for better nutrition. From humble beginnings with simple grains to leading sustainable agriculture practices, we've evolved, matching the relentless pace of progress. Our commitment shines through to state-of-the-art factories producing 190-plus high-quality products under our flagship brands, Sunridge Foods and Good Goodies. Embark on this journey with Unity Foods, where Pakistan's first pizza mill with Swiss technology transforms every grain into the purest flour, fortified with essential nutrients. Sunridge products are more than commodities, they are a commitment to a healthier life. Our fiber-fit flour redefines bread and gut health with twice the fiber content. Our range, including all-purpose flour, semolina, and pizza flour, stands as a testament to excellence. Sunridge Foods elevates rice with grains 2 to 3 times longer, celebrated for their aroma. Good Goodies Factory creates joyous snacks enriched with energics. Sunridge Bakery and Grocery Stores offers a holistic food experience with bakery items, groceries, and cakes, all handcrafted using Sunridge products. Our edible oil refinery produces premium oils and vanaspati, fortified with essential nutrients. Brands like Dastak, Ehtimam and Zocchi blend omega-3 and 6 and vitamins A, D and E, catering to global customers. Our journey doesn't stop there. We transform crushed seeds into high-quality animal feed, completing our integrated value chain. As we strive towards net zero by 2050, we remain committed to our promise for better nutrition. Unity Foods, food for life. In the symphony of life, change is the only constant, weaving a tapestry of evolving realities. We stand at the forefront, challenging the impossible, connecting you to a world of passion, and binding you to your own happiness. We are the architects of transformative change, and our medium is something fundamental. Food, more than sustenance, is an emotion, a promise for better nutrition. From humble beginnings with simple grains to leading sustainable agriculture practices, we've evolved, matching the relentless pace of progress. Our commitment shines through to state-of-the-art factories producing 190 plus high-quality products under our flagship brands, Sunrich Foods and Good Goodies. Embark on this journey with Unity Foods, where Pakistan's first pizza mill with Swiss technology transforms every grain into the purest flour, fortified with essential nutrients. Sunrich products are more than commodities. They are a commitment to a healthier life. Our fiber-fed flour redefines bread and gut health with twice the fiber content.
Good morning, everyone. If all of us could please settle down, we're almost ready to begin. I'd request you to please take your seats. Please shift your mobile phones to silent mode. Please, if you could settle down, we're almost ready to begin. Thank you very much for being here.
Ehtimam and Zocchi blend omega-3 and 6 and vitamins A, D and E, catering to global customers. Our journey doesn't stop there. We transform crushed seeds into high-quality animal feed.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for filling up the hall. So nice and early in the morning. It's wonderful to see all of you. We're about to begin. And as always, we will begin today with recitation from the Holy Quran. Bismillah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد
कहो वो अल्लाह है यकता
الله الصمد
अल्लाह सबसे बेनियाज है और सब उसके मोहताज हैं
لم يلد ولم يولد
ना उसकी कोई औलाद है और ना वो किसी की औलाद
ولم يكن له كفوا أحد
और कोई उसका हमसर नहीं है सदक़ल्लाहुल अज़ीम।
Jazakallah. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd request you to please rise for the national anthem of Pakistan and to give a good, bright, preppy start to the day. Please sing along. This is our national anthem. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, adab. A very good morning to our distinguished speakers, our delegates, our guests, our partners, our team members to the 8th edition of the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. We're very, very impressed that despite the blockades, you're all here, you all made it, which shows how committed you are and how much you wanted to be here. So I think we can start with all of you applauding yourselves. So a very warm welcome to our speakers. Many of them have traveled from across the world. A few of them were extremely jet-lagged when we met them at dinner last night. So we tried to give them a few hours of sleep and asked them to be here at 8:30 sharp. A very warm welcome to our local speakers, to all our partners, our sponsors, without whom Leaders in Islamabad cannot happen. Also, a word of thanks especially to our co-host, Unity Foods Limited. Amir Sahab is here to represent Unity Foods. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 8th edition, which means we've been at it for a number of years now. And I believe a lot of people keep waiting for this event, so much so that now, about a month before the event actually happens, I start receiving messages. How can I register? How can I come to the event? So this is all because of your love, your participation, your support that we've been able to come this far. And Thanks to Almighty Allah. ये सब तुम्हारा करम है आका के बात अब तक बनी हुई है. So, despite what you might be thinking, I'm not the moderator today. I'm just speaking because I like to speak and because I'm the CEO. So I use that privilege to start the session. But it is my pleasure to introduce the summit moderator for Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit 8th edition, our very good friend Taimur Nabili. You're just going to see him and hear him in a minute. So Taimur has also been traveling, and when we were trying to give him a briefing, a rundown last night, we could see that he really wasn't listening because all he wanted to do was hit the sack. So Taimur has a distinguished history of reporting global news for Al Jazeera English, CNBC, CNN, and BBC television. For 25 years, his distinctive voice and editorial judgment has guided audiences through major world events and complex issues. Today, he leverages his experience and global perspective to advise leaders in the art of persuasive communication and creates impactful content exploring sustainability and social innovation. So Taimur is not new to Libs. I have met him for the first time, but Taimur has known Libs longer than most of us have. He moderated the maiden edition of Libs back in 2017. So in effect, he's actually a part of the founding team of Leaders in Islamabad. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I hand over the baton to the dynamic, charismatic, and eloquent Taimur Nabili. Taimur, all yours.
Rabia, many thanks indeed for that warm and completely undeserved welcome there. Good morning, everyone. Let me re-echo what Rabia has also said. Welcome everyone to this 8th edition of the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit in 2025. It's a great pleasure to have you all here. Lovely to see you, and we're going to have 2 very exciting days covering a lot of very important topics in this forum. So I hope you're looking forward to it, and I hope you're all set for the agenda. This, as Rabia said, is the 8th of a series which began in 2017. Common theme, if you like, of these. A breaking down microphone. A common theme of these has been the idea of innovation, of creativity, of collaboration, of internationalization, and of looking to the future in uncertain times. And this year is no different. Our agenda this year is navigating the unknown. And boy, is that a good time to start addressing this issue, because we are facing a profound degree of unknown this year, as I think you'll all be very aware. There is a great deal of uncertainty out there, whether you're in commerce or trade or finance or politics or policy. Everything right now is up in the air. Consider. And we will be, welcome guests, we will be touching on all of those issues to a certain extent today. So let's just begin this session by setting the scene and whetting your appetite for some of the things to come. We'll play a short video that really outlines what we're thinking about when we talk about navigating the unknown.
Where the future's unclear, chasing dreams through the chaos, pushing past the fear. A vision in our hearts and courage in our hands. We carve a path where no one's ever made a stand. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find our own, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Through every change, we turn uncertainty into something strange. With passion and grit, we rise above, empowered by the future we're dreaming of. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Challenge becomes a chance to build, to grow, and take a stance.
And there we have it, folks, the agenda for the next 2 days. Thank you. And as I say, there are very few points in history where you can say, when you look into the future, every aspect of it has the stamp unknown on what's going to happen. But luckily, we have an extraordinarily distinguished and important set of panelists who will be addressing these and discussing the future over the course of the day. Before we get started with that, let me just do a little bit of housekeeping, if I could. We are not only a room full of people here, the good news is we're also going out to the world. We are broadcasting live streaming on YouTube, on Facebook, and on LinkedIn, the page of the Nutshell Group. So, as a consequence, be careful what you're saying, because we've got cameras everywhere. No, seriously, there are cameras wandering around, so some of them will come to your table and take general shots, but hopefully you won't be too much in the public eye, but this will be going out live. Please do engage with that social media if you could. The hashtags for this event are hashtag #LeadersInISB and hashtag #NavigatingTheUnknown. So please do send out some photographs and some content that you see here and comment on the things that you find interesting during the course of the day. The program schedule is on your tables. You'll find it there. And if you need to get into the social media, the Serene Hotel network is available to you. Whether you're a member of the audience or whether you are staying at the hotel, you can log into that and use that if you want to. Let me begin by doing a little bit of groundwork, because none of this would have been possible without an extraordinary amount of hard work by a lot of very important people. And I just want to give them a shout out and a thank you for helping this happen. We'll begin, of course, with our co-hosts, Unity Foods Limited and the Nutshell Group. Thank you both for all the hard work you've done. The strategic partners of this event are the OICCI, the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment Coordination, and the sustainability partner is K Electric. And I'll just run through the other sponsors and backers of and partners of this event, because like I say, I do think they deserve a word of appreciation for everything they've put into this possible. So I'll just run through this quickly. The partners are HBL, the National Bank of Pakistan, PTCL Group, Cytec, Fauji Fertilizer, Dalance, Bank Al Habib, Mobilink Microfinance Bank, Habib TCS Bank, NBP Funds, Al Mizan Investment, and Farm Evo. We also have Tally Marks Consulting, SAP, Abacus, GBM, and DevSync. The research partner for the event is S&P Global. The partners are ACCA and Spectreco, and the hospitality partner, obviously, Serena Hotels in this magnificent institution and spot here. Let's start off everything by introducing you to our co-hosts, and let's speak a few words on what's to come and the purpose of navigating the unknown today. And we'll begin, of course, with our gracious host. The chairman of Nutshell Group is the former Minister for Investment in Pakistan. He is Mohammed Hassan, and he is here to open for us formally. Please.
Thank you, Tembu. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I'm grateful to all the speakers, participants, media practitioners, to the 8th edition of Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. I'm especially grateful to my friend and the Governor Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Province, Faisal Karim Kundi. I'm especially grateful to my teacher and mentor, Dr. Ishrat Hussain, my friend Amir Ibrahim, the global CEO of ACCA, Helen Brand, the president of OICCI, Overseas Investor Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Yusuf Hussain, and all other speakers. I'm particularly grateful to Unity Foods Limited. They are our co-host since last 3 editions. We started this annual summit in 2017, where Taimur Nabili was the summit moderator in the first edition. And except the 2020, because of the COVID year, we are hosting this summit at the same hall annually. And I think that the biggest unknown in today's scenario is the route towards the Serena Hotel. This was not in my mind actually, and we will carefully think about the venue for the next year. But I think the government and the security agencies should realize the comfort, and they should facilitate the people of Islamabad and the visitors of Islamabad, including the foreign visitors. This is not a good message to close down all the roads because of one cricket team. So this is my humble request and the critical feedback. So we decided to start this annual summit in 2017, and the idea was to engage the global leaders here from different countries, from different backgrounds. And alhamdulillah, in last 7 editions, we hosted over 7,500 delegates and speakers from 33 countries in this Leaders in Islamabad. So this is our 8th edition, and I'm grateful to all our partners, all our sponsors, all our collaborators, because without their support, execution of the summits like this is not possible. So I'm avoiding to mention all the names. Taimur already highlighted all the partners' names, but I'm grateful to all of them for their participation. I'm also very grateful to ACCA because we are collaborating since last 10 years, and they are doing some commendable work globally as well as in Pakistan. And today I'm especially acknowledging ACCA because this is a network of 7,500 members, including students and the members, and they are working in over 180 countries. So this is a real global network. The global CEO of ACCA, Helen Brand, is here. We are hosting their multiple presidents, leaders from different regions, from their global headquarters every year in our summit. But this year is very special because today I'm very proud that our very dear friend, our family member, Ayla Majid, is the global president from Pakistan. Ayla, please rise for the recognition. She is the first Pakistani, first Muslim, and first South Asian president of ACCA Global. So she is heading the ACCA from Pakistan. So Pakistan is practically the headquarter of this global community of 750,000 finance professionals, finance leaders. So grateful to Ayla, grateful to Asad Hamid Khan, and grateful to Helen and all the friends of ACCA family. I'm also grateful to Overseas Investor Chamber of Commerce Industry. For our foreign visitors, I want to mention that this is the oldest chamber in the region with 210 multinational companies as their members. And because of the global community, we always invited OICCI president to showcase and to share their critical feedbacks about Pakistan's economy and Pakistan's investment landscape. Because this is a platform of 210 multinationals from various sectors. So this is the most neutral platform because of their balance sheets, because of their governance system. So their voice and their feedback, their research is really beneficial to understand about Pakistan with the basis of data and with authentic research and feedbacks. So I'm grateful to President OICCI, my friend Yusuf Hussain, who is also the president of Faisal Bank Limited, for your support on annual basis since the beginning. So my dear friends, navigating the unknown. I don't want to talk too much because there are many learned speakers in different panels. But today we especially focus our entire second half on climate. From 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. there are 3 sessions, including the Minister for Climate, including our own Dr. Ishrat Hussain, the Ambassador of European Union, and also the CEO of ACCA. This will be followed by a session on climate and sustainability. And the last session on climate will be on the future of climate finance. So this is a very specific area we are focusing during this conference. Tomorrow we are hosting many technology and digital space leaders in different sessions, and we are also focusing on the overall digital economy, digital infrastructure, and we engage the best talent from Pakistan as well as from different countries to share their views on different aspects of digitalization, digital economy, digital currency. And this is one area where there is a huge potential for Pakistan. My friend Amir Ibrahim is here. So he's representing the digital landscape of Pakistan as the keynote speaker during the inaugural session. I'm also grateful to WION Group, the parent organization of JAS. They are working with us very closely. Their chairman, Augie, participated in our last summit. Their global CEO, Khan, and many other players, they are participating and collaborating with us in Karachi for the Future Summit, where we hosted the 8 editions, and also during the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. So I'm grateful to Amir and the entire team of JAS and the management and family members of WION Group for their collaboration and support. I want to congratulate my another friend, a very dear friend, a brother. He recently promoted as the chairman of Unity Foods Limited, Amir Shehzad. Amir, please rise for the recognition. And I believe that under his able leadership, they will progress well, and I wish you good luck and I wish you success for your tenure as the chairman, board of directors of Unity Foods Limited. My dear friends, State Bank of Pakistan started Roshan Digital Account scheme in 2020. And this is not an investment scheme, this is actually deposits of overseas Pakistanis. The today's number at the State Bank of Pakistan, the deposits are around $9.3, $9.4 billion. And this is the money of hardly 10, 15, 20% Pakistanis, and not their entire money, but their very little amount. So this is one number of overseas Pakistanis. Dubai leaks mentioned that Pakistanis are the biggest investors in Dubai real estate. I'm not talking about the unofficial number, which is around $31 billion. This is not healthy. But the official declared property of Pakistanis, overseas Pakistanis as well as Pakistanis based in Pakistan, is around $9.7 billion. So I'm already mentioning two amounts, 9.4 of RDA and Dubai property, which is officially declared property, $9.7 billion. This is $19.1 billion. And we are begging from IMF. What I'm trying to portray here, that the talent is here, the potential is here, and the resources are here. There are multiple other areas I want to mention, but because of limit of time, I only highlighted two areas. What is the need of the hour? That instead of attracting only and focusing only on FDI, a 90% focus should be on our existing investors, including all the foreign investors already invested in Pakistan, and also the Pakistani investors. One is the big boys of Pakistan Business Council, one is the mid-size, and one is the SME crowd. Same is the case of multinationals in Pakistan like OICCI crowd, mid-size investors and small investors. Trust me that if we critically evaluate the top 10, 15 countries attracting global FDI, one thing is common and one thing is uniform, that their existing investors, including their local investors, are satisfied, they created wealth, and government's role is only to support their investors, whether they are Pakistanis or they are foreign investors. And also, I want to highlight that the private sector is here, and the B2B movement with all the countries, including China, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Oman, all other countries. This should be led by the private sector. Government's role is only to facilitate the entire process, to create policies for 10, 12 years. And also there is a need of long-term plan for investment landscape. We are a classic example of ad hocism and short-term plans. But we are a country of 250 million, world's 5th largest nation. And with a population of 250 million, we can't progress or we can't manage on sustainable basis a country like Pakistan with ad hocism and with short-term policy. So there are two submissions. Plan a long-term policy, plan and guarantee the investors, Pakistani as well as foreign investors, the continuation of policies for 8, 10, 12 years minimum, and with a complete legal cover. Also, one area is very important. Last week, few of the federal secretaries transferred. This is actually we should appoint the bureaucrats, whether they are the federal secretaries, additional secretaries, joint secretaries, minimum for 3 years. Engage the right talent, but engage in every ministry for 3 years. So one secretary was doing excellent job, and 2 weeks back, he was transferred in another ministry. The new secretary is also good, but the last one did an excellent job in the field of education in the last 1 year. So this is also one thing in addition to continuation of policies, to continuation of the officials, the engagement of right talent. So I personally believe that there is a huge potential for Pakistan. We are talking about digital. The EdTech industry, the global size was $250 billion in 2023. And by 27 December, the size will be around $400 billion. Our 65% population is under 30 years of age. Here is a potential for Pakistan. And there are multiple other avenues where there is a potential. But there is a need of collaboration, there is a need of unity, and there is a need for long-term plan and collaboration, like connecting the dots to portray a big picture for Pakistan. I wish all of you a good conference, and I believe that all of you will enjoy the fellowship and also learn from our learned speakers. And I wish all of you best of luck. Pakistan Zindabad.
Asfar, thank you very much indeed. And since the first 2017 event that we put on for the Business Summit, it's been remarkable to see how you managed to grow and prosper this particular platform. So thank you for that. Folks, Farooq Amin, the CEO of Unity Foods Limited, has been unavoidably detained, I regret to say. But we are extremely fortunate to have, stepping into the breach, the chairman of the board of Unity Foods Limited, a man who, since he joined the company in 2018, has been credited with driving a remarkable turnaround and growth for the event. Please welcome to the stage, you've already seen him very briefly already, Amir Shahzad.
Honorable Governor Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Mr. Faisal Karim Kundi Sahab, Honorable Dr. Ishrat Hussain Sahab, Yusuf Hussain Sahab, President, Overseas Investor Chamber of Commerce, respected speakers, visionaries and distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum. It is my absolute pleasure and privilege to welcome you to the 8th edition of the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit, a platform where big ideas meet brave action, where imagination walks hand in hand with policy, and where we don't just talk about the future, we help shape it, and that's our destiny. We are honored to co-host this iconic summit with our dynamic partners at Nutshell Conferences. And I'd especially like to thank Asfar Ehsan, a relentless believer in the power of youth and entrepreneurship, for championing young companies like Unity Foods and giving us a seat at this important table. I just want to make another point for Asfar. I think we got in touch with him. We've been friends for a very long time, but we got engaged on these summits about 3 years ago, three and a half years ago. And this was the time when Pakistan was really into managing extremely difficult economic challenges, with inflation hitting 35%, interest rates about 22%. We couldn't really see light at the end of the tunnel. But what Asfar said to me once was, at that time, that we cannot give up. We need to keep looking forward. And it was his commitment to make sure that Pakistan is open for investments. And even in those times, he encouraged international investors to come into Pakistan to see what Pakistan has to offer. So I really commend Asfar on that. Today's theme is navigating the unknown. It could not be more timely. Because the world as we know it is changing, geopolitics is shifting, global trade routes are evolving, AI is rewriting industries, and the climate clock is ticking. In times like these, Pakistan cannot afford to react. We must lead. But to lead through uncertainty, we must first rise above the noise and take a bird's eye view. A panoramic perspective of where we stand and where we can go and where we want to go. Let's talk about transformation. Pakistan is on a defining journey. What began as a blueprint by the interim government has now been adopted and accelerated by the current elected government. And the result in just 2.5 years are both significant and promising. And all of this has happened because of one basic principle that the government followed, in my opinion, which was getting political stability in place, number one, having an economic plan or a strategic economic plan, not just for the short-term reason, but for longer term, and consistently following it, no matter what the headwinds are. So that was extremely important for the government. So I think these two factors have really played well in terms of allowing the government and all the stakeholders to stabilize the ship for ourselves. Also, I mean, there are new sectors that are also opening up in Pakistan. For example, mining is a very huge sector. We've always talked about it. I've heard about it, I don't know, the last 15, 20 years quite consistently, but we've never seen steps taken in that direction in a structured manner. And I believe the mining conference that was held about a week ago or 10 days ago, I believe that is a great effort in putting that structure around, where people can come in, see the potential of what it is, with the confidence that the economic policies are in place, and those are for not for just short term, but for longer term. So that was a big effort that the government is putting in, and I think that has a great potential and a game changer, potentially a game changer for Pakistan if executed the way it's supposed to be executed. In respect to other sectors also, IT sectors, we've already talked about it. We've always sold ourselves as having one of the youngest populations in the world. And with proper education and proper, I would say, encouragement to this young population, I think there's a lot that can be achieved. And one example is the IT sector. I think the numbers that I've just looked at, where in the first half of 2025, our exports, IT exports had hit about 1.86 billion. And hopefully this year we will be ending somewhere around about $3.5 to $3.7 billion. And now this is just the tip of the iceberg. I think this has the potential to go as high as maybe $9 to $10 billion in the next 2 to 3 years. So these are the potentials we need to really focus on. And again, I'll come back to the same point that what do we need to do? We need to have consistent policies. We need to have all the investors who are coming in, all the other stakeholders who come in, who look at us, and look at us as everybody talks of Pakistan as offering a great potential. But that potential, again, can only be exercised if the policy and the strategy is known. We don't leave that part in the unknown. That's important. Basically, again, we've talked about our youth. We've talked about political stability. We've talked about, I think, what we need to look at today is what is the real unknown what is the most serious unknown for us, which we need to tackle today, I think, head on. And that I think is the impact or possible impact of climate change on us, on Pakistan. We're very vulnerable. We've seen it. We've seen the impact of the floods that hit us, the economic impact, the social impact, the impact on our population. Population had to shift from areas where they were living for a very long time. We've lost some land that was used for agriculture. Although some of the yields post-flood increased with I think we've yielded about 31.4 million tons of wheat last year, better soil. But again, the impact over here for climate change is extremely unknown for us. And I think this is something we cannot react to. We have to take this bull by its horn. If we don't do that, because whether it's economic, whether it's social, we may not have that kind of room available to react to that situation. So today, both the public sector and the private sector as partners need to look at it, need to consider this as a real issue for the country and take it head on. Water scarcity is a serious threat. We have to invest in R&D. We need to find out what kind of seeds we need to use for our agriculture, how we need to move, while we're encouraging our small farmers, we need to see not just how to increase yield, but how we can bring in the private sector, who can come in and do and participate in the agriculture and see how we can bring in corporate agriculture. Government and directly and through SIFC have been making these efforts, but I think there's a lot of thought process that still needs to go into it with respect to how we need to structure it. So I think from my perspective, the major unknown today that we need to tackle is the impact of climate. And that is something that we need to take it very seriously. So in the end, I just want to thank Asfar for having the confidence in the country, and even in very dark times, very difficult times, very challenging times, he was still encouraging people to come in, encouraging private sector people like ourselves to participate and be his partner. And I just want to thank him. And I hope these 2 days are going to be very informative for everybody. Even I'll have a lot to learn there here as well. Thank you so much.
Amir, thank you very much indeed. And thanks for highlighting once again that, as you say, the biggest problem that we're all facing right now, Pakistan as much as anywhere else in the world, is the issue of climate change. And as far as already pointed out, we will be addressing climate change specifically head-on throughout the course of today, a little later on. Before that, a few more speakers to lay out the general groundwork of our agenda today, speaking from public and private sector perspectives. So let me introduce our next speaker. He has a distinguished career in the financial industry around Pakistan for quite some years. He's held senior leadership positions in many places. Right now, he is the president of the OICCI, the Overseas Investors Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He is Yusuf Hussain. Please join us on the stage and please give him a warm welcome, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Faisal Kareem Kundi Sahab, Dr. Ishrat, my friend Amir Ibrahim, Asfar. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to you all. It's truly a privilege to be here today amongst all of us who are stakeholders for a brighter future for Pakistan through our economic revival and sustainable growth. In Pakistan, we have seen many boom and bust cycles. Many economic plans remained dreams on paper, never translating into real sustainable progress. Today, a new economic world order is emerging, shaped by shifting global supply chains, new regional trade blocs, technology, sustainability imperatives, and evolving investor behaviors. New trade zones, new partners, new markets, it's a global disruption. But really, it's a global opportunity as well. These new realities leave us with little choice. We cannot stand still. We cannot wait for perfect conditions. We must act with urgency, with clarity and purpose, to turn uncertainty into advantage by leveraging Pakistan's strength and potential. Navigating the unknown is not really the responsibility of the government alone. It requires a collaborative national effort. Policymakers, business leaders, investors, regulators, academia, and thought leaders, working together with clarity and shared priorities. As President of the Overseas Investor Chamber of Commerce and Industry, OICCI, representing over 200 leading multinational companies operating in Pakistan, I speak not only on behalf of the foreign investors, but as a committed partner in building a stronger, competitive, and future-ready Pakistan. As we look ahead to Pakistan in 2047, our 100-year milestone, the real question is, will we still be debating our potential, or we will finally be delivering on it? Pakistan's future must not be about mere survival. It must be about significance, rooted in competitiveness, industries, global integration, and above all of us, the people of Pakistan. We need to really think about from potential to performance, and we need to learn from some of the emerged Asian economies. Vietnam export-led strategy powers $350 billion in exports annually. Bangladesh is a global leader in textiles. Indonesia and Malaysia have built diversified, resilient economies. Korea, once supported by Pakistan in early development, is now a global leader in technology and sets the industrial benchmarks. What is the common thread? Relentless focus on exports, competitiveness, and long-term execution aligned with global markets. For Pakistan, this means effective and increased engagement between government and industry, including through institutions like OICCI, Pakistan Business Council, and Pakistan Banks Association as well. At an early stage, we can't really wait for a sort of a post-planning stage for all these professional organizations to engage. It requires alignment and commitment on winning a sustainable economic strategy and effective execution. The economy has stabilized, but frankly, we must resist the temptation of short-term growth without first laying the solid foundations of fundamental reforms. We must take a medium-term view to break the boom and bust cycle that we've been exposed to for many decades. We must firm up national economic strategy and, equally important, an effective execution plan which is well integrated and is future ready. Pakistan's economy, cannot be a patchwork of disconnected and disjointed initiatives at a national and provincial level. We need a national economic execution plan integrating various policies, industrial policy, trade policy, human resource development, climate resilience and financing, power and energy sustainability, natural resources, technology adoption, fiscal reforms, infrastructure development, and the list can go on. Each priority, to me, is a specialized vertical, led by best-in-class and experienced leadership, yet interconnected within a unified economic development framework. Planning and execution must be led by specialists, with a critical setup like Planning Commission within the political setup of Pakistan. This is how all the emerging economies have done it. We must be leveraging on our foundational priorities, which are people. We must be focusing on education and skills transformation, industry linkages with academia, and central to this effort must be the inclusion of women, who represent half of Pakistan's population. Another critical success factor would be diversifying markets, building global partnerships. Pakistan's top priority must be diversifying exports through expanding market access. While China remains critical, we must pursue joint ventures and partnerships with technology transfer and gain access to the Chinese market as well. Geography alone is not enough. Pakistan must become a trade connector, a service hub, a supply chain integrator, and a reliable regional and global partner. We must develop a far more robust trade policy, have a vibrant trade development authority, and our trade counselor network. We must plan on building competitive strength, moving up the value chain, no subsidies, and no protectionism by the government. We must not lose focus on inspiring investor confidence. We discussed it, including ease of doing business. As revealed by OICCI's surveys, foreign investors look for policy consistency and continuity, ease and speed of doing business, transparent and fair regulations and taxation, infrastructure readiness, efficient legal system, and most critically, a clear sense of national direction. We must understand that foreign direct investment follows local investment. When local businesses feel respected, secure, and optimistic, international investors take notice and draw comfort. Confidence building is all about trust and partnership approach by policymakers, regulators, and the government. It will require building a unified national narrative or economic agenda with existing local and international corporates vouching for it and positioning Pakistan as a future-ready, globally connected and investment-friendly port of investment. Correspondingly, we need to engage with the international community and head offices of our multinationals, investors to manage our global perception, ratings, and our image through data-backed, consistent communication on economic developments. Now, finally, to conclude, I just want to elaborate that what can OICCI add in terms of our economic development. So multinational companies in Pakistan are just not investors, they're centers of excellence. As a country, we must benefit from various areas of excellence that they have. So global best practices, technology transfers and skills development, human capital development, climate resilience and ESG compliance, leadership training, diversity and inclusion, and tapping global financial resources. OICCI is fully committed to this value-added engagement as a trusted partner in Pakistan's sustainable growth. We are ready to work with the government, both on policy and execution level, with positive engagement on export diversification. That has been a priority. Some of our companies have already started exports, but we are trying to encourage others as well. Technology-led investments, global service hubs, and I can see Saqib somewhere. He is leading that initiative in OICCI, representing SAP. So ESG-aligned sustainable manufacturing, climate resilience, digital economy ecosystems, and skill set development, IPR protection, and diversity inclusion. Clearly, this is Pakistan's decisive decade. We will not be judged by our challenges. Every country has them. We will be judged by our choices and, more importantly, our timing. Let us try to get out of the managing crisis mode. Let us start designing the future for this resource-rich country. We have everything. We just need to collaborate, we just need to plan, and we just need to have a sustainable and medium-term, or rather long-term, economic policy. Let us stop explaining what Pakistan could have been. Let us show the world what Pakistan will become, inshallah. We need to act as one nation acting in cohesion for performance with global partnerships. We must not embark upon a short-term, myopic vision, but plan, execute, and endure for a definite, brighter future for our country. Thank you again. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you, Mr. Hussain, for a frank and comprehensive assessment of the challenges and the opportunities facing Pakistan in the future. This is Pakistan's decisive decade. That's quite a statement for all of us to ingest for a while. Thank you for that. We need to break the boom and bust cycle, have a clear sense of national direction through trust and partnerships. Pakistan must be a global connector and a credible regional partner. A lot of things to think about there. Thank you very much indeed. So from that broad perspective, let's get into a slightly more focused perspective from the corporate side and from private business side. Our next speaker is the CEO of Jazz, the chairman of Mobilink Bank and group executive committee member of VION. He is Amir Ibrahim. Please join us on the stage, Amir, and give him a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Honorable Federal Ministers, Governor KPK, fellow panelists, and distinguished guests. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. Before going any further, Asfa, thank you very much for the very warm introduction. We've been on this panel a number of times over the last 8 years talking about the future, and it's always been uncertain, it's always been crazy, and our job as leaders is to keep on giving hope. We are the dealers in hope, and we can't resign ourselves to something less than that. In these uncertain times, we want peace of mind and clarity of purpose. And I'm reminded of a poster from my high school days. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. We no doubt have had an extremely turbulent last 5 years. COVID, climate, conflict. And we had a bit of respite before the conflict came back again, much bigger, much uglier. And now we have a new administration in the United States whose policies on tariffs and immigration can yet again have unintended and perhaps unpleasant consequences for those in this room. Should we then pray for serenity and accept the things as they are? Or should we be slightly more bold and seek courage to change some of these things? Over the next few minutes, I will advocate for this courage, and I will give a couple of examples, one in broadband and one in banking. Connectivity gap will soon become our capability gap. I have often talked about how the smartphone in our hand is the remote control to our lives. We don't only use it to talk to one another, we use it for information, we learn from it, we earn from it, we transact from it, we get entertained from it. It is also the greatest equalizer I have seen between the rich and the poor, the urban and the rural, the educated and the less so. But where do we stand today? We have made considerable progress over the last few years, but there are a few statistics that are still uncomfortable. And I, as a captain of the industry, certainly cannot hold myself guilt-free sharing these. 30% of our population does not have a 4G connection. 11% of our population can't even make a basic 2G call. Only 2% have a broadband connection. Pakistan still remains one of the most spectrum-starved and fiber-starved countries, which makes it difficult for us to offer faster internet. And on top of that, we have some of the highest taxes on internet. 15% withholding tax, 19.5% GST. And these are the taxes on education, because we use the phone to educate ourselves. These are the taxes on commerce, because we use the phone to communicate and to transact. Why is our digital readiness so weak? And what stops us from putting a smartphone in every hand? It can be a few things, but it is certainly not the global uncertainty. And this is where we need courage. We need courage to critique ourselves and to hold ourselves accountable, not through political criticism, but through an honest dialogue on how we can get to a better future. The second thing I wanted to talk about was in the sector of banking. I would go with the approach of tax less and grow more, digitizing the economy. We frequently hear about our tax to GDP ratio, and it is indeed a problem that we have to solve. Hovering at about 10% of our GDP, it is certainly at least 3 or 4% lower than where we want to be, and a lot of efforts are being made to address this thing. But we end up going to the usual suspects, those who are already in the net. And it comes to salaried people who bear a disproportionate burden. What we haven't done is we haven't increased the size of the net. Again, this is an area where technology can play an oversized part. There is a direct correlation between the size of the black economy and the cash reliance. Today, less than 5% of our retail transactions, or just about 5% of our retail transactions, are done using a credit card or a debit card or a QR code. We have approximately 5 million micro, small, medium enterprises. Yet, the number of physical locations where a digital payment can be accepted is no more than 50,000 using the traditional POS machine. These machines are expensive. They cost about $150, and they have numerous challenges, both with the acquisition and the merchant reluctance. There are alternatives that we have seen in countries like China, and State Bank of Pakistan has come up with RAST platform, which are the rail tracks for providing that convenience to the retailers and to the customers. Jazz Cash alone has 350,000 of those locations where people are transacting using a tap phone or a QR code. The question is, why only 350,000? What stops us from getting to 1 million, 2 million, indeed 5 million? These are the questions that we must ask. And while I'm participating and helping the government, I think the progress that we are seeing in this thing is not commensurate with the challenges, and more must be done. The State Bank initiative around financial inclusion is indeed commendable. So are the intentions from Ministry of IT and Ministry of Finance, who all recognize both the potential and the imperative of digital payments. The question then is, why aren't we making the progress? And this is, once again, an area where I think we need the courage to have that honest critique, not politically motivated criticism, not mudslinging, but where are we? What can we do better to move faster? A lot can be done. A lot is being done. We still get a lot of criticism. But once again, what we need to do is a whole lot more than what we have already done. Sharing a couple more statistics, I did talk about the gray economy. In countries like Pakistan, where digital payments are less than 5% of the retail environment, the gray economy is anywhere between 35 to 50%. In countries like Sweden and Australia, where digital payments are 90%, the gray economy is less than 10%. So there is a correlation. The more we go digital, the greater we document the economy. And given that this is such a huge imperative for the government, I hope that there are concrete examples where we actually mandate retail, we mandate schools, we mandate hospitals, we mandate all government payments that they have to go through digital means. 5 kilometers from here, one of the largest bakeries in Islamabad that does tens of millions of rupees of business every single day still does not take a digital acceptance payment. They will not have a credit card machine, and they will not have a QR code. This is where we need governmental interventions. This is where we need to make a bold decision and put a stake in the ground and say, well, listen, Mr. Retail, if you want to do business in Pakistan, Mr. Restaurant, if you want to do business in Pakistan, you have to have the option of at least having a digital payment. No more cash only. And if you have cash only, let the tax people come over there and shut your business down. We are relatively smart people in this room. We are wise people. We know what we can change, and we know what we must endure. And I think in the long term, we can change everything. I'll wrap up with my prayer: God, grant me the courage to speak truth to power, and the courage to be a catalyst for change. Thank you very much.
Amir, thank you very much indeed. A call to move faster to address digital readiness with peace of mind and clarity of purpose. Inspiring words. Thank you very much indeed. And again, a challenge. So let's hear a little bit more about the world of digital here. Our next speaker is Shaza Fatima Khawaja, the Federal Minister for IT and Telecom. Please join me on the stage and please give her a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Governor KP Faisal Kareem Kundi Saab, our members of parliament, distinguished colleagues, and I see some international guests sitting around this room, organizers, Asfar and his team, partners. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. So the topic today that we have, or the theme of the conference that we have, is navigating the unknown. And in today's world, there are many unknowns that look towards us, whether it's climate vulnerability, economic volatility, geopolitical uncertainty. But one thing that is directly concerned with me, and you could say that sometimes keeps us up at night, is the emerging technology that is coming our way. The global paradigm shift towards technological development, how technology is actually seeping and creeping into every single aspect of our life. So today, when we talk about IT, when we talk about connectivity, when we talk about technology, we're not just talking about the tech industry or the software houses. We're actually talking about agriculture. We're talking about health. We're talking about education. We're talking about commerce. We're talking about your average your manufacturing, your average labor. You're talking about your everyday life communication, your society that is being transformed and shifted towards technology. Whether it's the security paradigm, whether it's the economic landscape, it is all taking a rapid shift towards a world that is coming our way with not just. So we've actually gone past the digital world, and now we're entering what we see as an intelligent world. So in the digital world, I would say that we were looking at technology as one of the greatest equalizers. But today, with emerging tech, with artificial intelligence, quantum computing, if we are unable to keep up pace with the world, it could actually become the fastest polarizer. So what does the leadership in today's world then entail? I would say, amongst the other traditional characteristics that we talk about, adoption, the power to adopt and adopt technology and adapt to the changes, is one critical facet of the leadership today. The second most critical facet of leadership is agility.
How agile are we? And the third most critical aspect of leadership that we see today is collaboration. How well can we collaborate? How well can we work together, gel as teams? Because like I said, technology is cross-cutting. We can no longer work in silos. It's a transnational phenomena. We need to have a global mindset. So as we navigate the unknown, the characteristics of leadership are also changing. And are we ready to take on this challenge is the question that we all need to ask ourselves as leaders in our respective sectors, organizations, and for us as government. As far as Pakistan goes, I'm going to very briefly touch upon a few things. I'm not going to go into an exhaustive list of everything that's being done. But there are a couple of things that I feel would be pertinent for all of you to know at this point. When we talk about adaptation and agility and our readiness to embrace change, I'm very proud that one of the first directives that I got after becoming a minister for IT and telecom from the Honorable Prime Minister was actually to come up with a digital transformation plan. And one of the groundbreaking legislations that will probably go in the history for the country was done after extensive work, back and forth, consultations, was the Digital Nation Pakistan Act 2025 that was passed this year. Digital Nation Pakistan Act actually enables Pakistan and provides that requisite policy foundation to transform Pakistan digitally in three verticals: digital economy, digital society, and digital governance. I'm not going to go into the details of what the three mean, but on a very high level, digital economy is essentially a lot of what Ahmed just spoke about, looking at how can we have more inclusive economy, how can we use technology to ensure that the gender divide is filled, how can we have an economy which is cashless, how can we ensure that digital payments are our go-to method of payment, whether we're a consumer, a retailer, a wholesaler, a business person. How do we, and what are those key enablers that are required to do so? So connectivity, obviously lies at the bottom of any digital or transformation that we talk about. B is having an enablement device, which is a smartphone, a laptop, a tablet. And C is that literacy, to be able to have that confidence and ability to process through the digital economy that's coming our way. When you talk about the digital society is, in a very nutshell, what we're looking at is our ability to provide and ensure, and I don't want to go into too much detail, but the crux of the Digital Nation Pakistan Act is essentially for all of you to have a digital identity. And whether you are an individual, a private individual, a business, or a persona. So if I'm a federal minister, I would have an identity of myself as Shaza, as a person, and my persona identity as the federal minister. And if I own a business, maybe a business identity, right? So how do we create those digital identities? Once those digital identities are created, the end goal is that every citizen should be able to interact amongst yourselves with the institutions, whether private or public, through your simple mobile phone. So you have a digital vault where all your documentation is with you. No need to get into lines, get things verified, et cetera, et cetera. And secondly, is where we also kind of overlap with digital governance is that all your citizen services provided by the government are available to you digitally on your handsets. So this is the national digital transformation that we're talking about. थोड़ा सा अगर हम उसकी डिटेल में जाएं तो we're looking towards making a Pakistan stack, digital, the data exchange rails. The idea is that every data needs to talk to each other. So for example, if we're, one gap that was identified, because Honorable Prime Minister is directly leading and personally overseeing the digitization of FBR. So one gap that was identified was that FBR does not get the information, for example, when you buy a car. And that should not be the case. So running a simple Excel formula showed us that how many people bought cars in the previous year but were either not filers or did not pay taxes. So in this day and age, this is something which is unacceptable. So the Pakistan stack, the data exchange layer, all of that, what it intends to do is to consolidate data. You buy a car, you register a business, you buy land, you do all of these things. Relevant authorities, relevant organizations need to know that very relevant data. This does not mean that FBR is going to start getting your health data or your doctor is going to start getting your excise data. It's a very, very carefully curated, and it's not something new. Pakistan कोई पहले दफ़ा ये चीज़ नहीं करने जा रहा. Singapore, Saudi, UAE, Estonia, you look at any developed country, and even now developing countries, they're at a significantly advanced stage of having a digital identity and digital stacks. So that's one thing, that's one key takeaway that I want you to take from my talk today, is that Pakistan is embarking on a very challenging yet very exciting journey of national digital transformation. So that's one thing. And that's one, I would say, vertical of what I need to do. The second part is obviously to support the industry. How do we support the industry? Two things. One, the business environment in the country, ease of doing business. And second is the supply side, where at least for the tech industry, human resource and investment in human capital is something which is critical. And over the next 3 years, the numbers that we've given to Honorable Prime Minister are to at least run around 3 million low-tech, high-tech, medium-tech courses to ensure that more and more young people are enabled with employable skills. Every year, around 2.5 million people enter the workforce. That's a big number to cater for. But again, we're trying to leverage the power of technology to ensure that more and more people are skilled and enabled once they enter the workforce. As far as ease of doing business is concerned, we're very confident that, like any other developed country, the Pakistan stack that I just spoke about is again going to be a key enabler and will unlock those opportunities. For Islamabad, for instance, we're running a pilot project called Smart Islamabad. The idea is to have a super app for Islamabad where businesses should be able to eventually, not right now, simply register themselves without having to knock multiple offices and doors. A business facilitation center is being set up in the center of Islamabad. Again, we were on a visit to China last year, and Shenzhen had this one-stop shop for business facilitation. And before we could actually board the plane, Honorable Prime Minister left 3 of us back to ensure that we learned from Shenzhen how they've been able to do that and to be able to replicate it in Pakistan. And now it's almost completed within a few months and should be functional within the next weeks or a month maybe. So a business facilitation center where you go as a citizen to register a business, or not just register, but any concern regarding a business. And all offices are available under one roof, so you don't have to hop from office to office and don't have to go through that hassle. The third thing that we're trying to support the industry with is infrastructure. So we have around 250, plan to open 250 e-Rozgar centers under public-private partnership. We're giving interest-free loans to private sector to be able to establish these co-working spaces. We convert existing buildings into technology parks, enabling them with internet facility and basic power backups and the basic facilities that tech companies require. We're almost on the completion of Islamabad IT Park. We hope to inaugurate it by 14th of August. The next is the Karachi IT Park, and we're in the process of finalizing a proposal for an additional IT park in South Punjab. We run national incubation centers. We've incubated over 1,300 startups to date. Some big names that you see today started from the national incubation centers, and we're very proud that we were able to contribute to the startup ecosystem overall in the country. I'm not going to go into the list of those names, but these small initiatives, last year we ran, Honorable Prime Minister's direction, a National Innovation Award. 3 winners of the National Innovation Award who got 2 million rupees support from the government of Pakistan ended up securing investments in Shark Tank. 2 of them went on to get international recognitions, including at DCO. So these little supporting mechanisms, holding hands of young people, innovative people, at a point where there's usually capital constraint, capacity constraint, really helps us go a long way. We don't look at this as a public sector spending. We look at it as public sector investment in our young people that gives us dividends many folds and very soon. Spending on young people, investing in youth and human capital, it gives you probably the best ROI that you can ask for. So that's one of the primary top concerns of the Prime Minister, employable, productive skills that we have to focus on. So these are just a few things that I wanted to talk to you about, how we as a ministry and government are trying to support the sector and support the country and other institutions within the country, the government institutions, to digitally transform and to keep up pace with the world. This, I would say, is the adoption and adaptation part that we're looking at. Agility is something that the government is not very good with. So we have some structures that we have to run within, we have rules, we have accountability measures, we have processes that we have to follow. And we do feel sometimes that it poses a constraint and becomes a bottleneck in providing public service. But once again, we're very hopeful. I'll just give you one example. When we came in the government, within that month, the Prime Minister had to take a trip to Saudi Arabia. And there were promises of investment coming from Saudi Arabia. And the visit went so well that within a week, a Saudi delegation of over 100 people visited Pakistan. And this was probably, the ministers were themselves saying this is probably the first time in the history that we've had to work on Eid. So it was Eid and they came right after Eid, so they were working throughout Eid as well. One thing, after their visit, one thing that we collectively as ministers and ministries identified was that why have we in the past failed to secure significant investments? What we identified was a human resource constraint in being able to formulate bankable feasibilities. So do we as a public sector or as individual ministries have that capacity? No, we did not. And why did we not have it? So when the Prime Minister asked and when we tried to assess the situation, we realized that the salary structure in the government is such that we're unable to secure the kind of human resource that is required at that level. So if you want to acquire a $500 million investment or a $100 million investment, you have to have that kind of human resource that is able to make that very, very effective proposal for that to materialize. Within 2 days, the Prime Minister actually set up a complete structure where we could hire people, a different scale altogether, under higher wages within 3 days to ensure that the ministerial capacity is up to the mark. So that's the agility that we're talking about, the decision-making power that we're talking about that is required in today's day and age. So with all of these things happening, we're very confident about our future. The last thing that I spoke about was collaborations. Needless to say, over the last 1 year, we've seen multiple actually a stabilization of our foreign relations, visits coming in, heads of countries, but also the international outlook that we have. As Ministry of IT alone, we've sponsored our SMEs of tech industry in multiple international events. So whether it's GITEX, GITEX Global just happened in Dubai last year, and Pakistan was named as the tech destination of the world there. We got an award, we're very proud of that. Web Summit Qatar, GDC for the gaming industry in California. GITEX Africa is happening right now. MWC Barcelona happened for telecom. So the idea is to really support these young SMEs to go across the world and showcase what we have as Pakistan. The return on this investment, and I see COP sub sitting here, the return on investment for this particular case is, for every dollar that we spend, correct me if I'm wrong, is $49? Yeah, so it's $49, right? So every dollar that you spend on marketing the country, on sending your people, on showcasing Pakistan across the world, every dollar gives back $49. That's the ROI that we're talking about. With the limited budgets that we have of a few $100 million, we have a sales business to export Pakistan's services and products. And we have a goal of $25 billion. That's the budget gap that we're talking about. Those are the kind of constraints that we work with. But we understand the complexity within the financial sector, within the macroeconomic structure that's there, but we're doing it, and we will, inshallah, be successful. Last thing that I want to talk about is that Pakistan is hosting, and that's also an invitation to all the esteemed guests sitting here. On the 28th and 29th of April, we're hosting the Digital Foreign Direct Investment Summit, and it's going to be the first of its kind in Pakistan, and it's going to be an annual event. We're doing it in partnership with the Digital Cooperation Organization of Saudi Arabia. We're expecting over 300 international participants, and this is an open invitation. Asfa, you are already aware of it. So everyone's most welcome to join us. Once again, COP Seb sitting here is responsible, so he will see how you can be invited. So finally, looking at an unknown future, we're not afraid of it. We have a bold vision. We have a youth bulge, which is an asset. We're trying to empower it, so we have an empowered youth. We're looking at inclusive policies and enabling environment. And lastly, a global outlook. Putting all of this together, we're very hopeful, and of course, working with all of you sitting in this room today, we're very, very hopeful that we will be able to navigate this unknown future that's coming our way. But needless to say, we will all have to work together. Constructive criticism, good suggestions are always welcome. To the industry, and even beyond that, Federal Minister for Planning is here. any complication that comes your way as private sector, we're always here to resolve that. It's a commitment from the Prime Minister. It is a commitment that government has no business doing business. We're trying to roll back the government. We're trying to right-size the government. And it is absolute clarity that private sector has to lead the growth of this country. And this is where Yusuf Saab's point come in, that with the booms and busts, this is the only way to break that cycle. We have to have a sustainable growth model with private sector leading from the front and taking the lead and helping us navigate through this path. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here today.
Minister, thank you. And may I ask you to stay on the stage for just a moment, if you would? I know you have to depart very shortly for other business, but our hosts would like to show their gratitude for your presence and for your words. Let me invite them onto the stage. Azhar, Amir, please join us onto the stage for a presentation of a token of appreciation for your words. And to make that presentation, I'd like to also invite onto the stage the Governor of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Mr. Faisal Karim Kundi, if you would please join us as well. Mr. Planning Iqbal, also please join us onto the stage if you would. Thank you. Minister Iqbal, are you here? Ah, there we are. Sorry. Hassan Iqbal is the Federal Minister for Planning, Development and Special Initiatives. He will also be part of the presentation ceremony. Apologies for that. Please join us, sir. Once again, thank you very much, Minister. Appreciate your words. Minister there was talking about digital transformation, the need for Pakistan to embark upon a national program of digital transformation, because technology and digital tech is seeping and creeping into every aspect of our lives, which I think you can take in a number of ways. We're going to have one more speaker on a digital theme as we progress throughout this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our next speaker is going to be Jimmy Nguyen, who's the founder and CEO of New Win Global and Senior Advisor for Prism Carbon Solutions. Jimmy, join us, please. Thank you, and please show your appreciation for Jimmy Nguyen.
Navigating the unknown. I've learned a lot about it from my parents, my mother and father, because in about 2 weeks, April 29th, is the 50-year anniversary of my family's departure in the middle of the night from Saigon, Vietnam at the end of the Vietnam War. And my parents, who were successful in Vietnam, literally had to face the unknown, getting on a military ship in the middle of the night in Saigon Harbor with 4 children, 2 babies, me, 2 years old, who does not remember any of it, going to an entirely new country where they do not speak the language, have no jobs, and start all over again. But my mother was prepared. Knowing that the country was likely to fall in the months before, she tried to take out cash from the banks, but of course they ran out. There was a run on the banks. And she took pieces of gold that she had accumulated and used the remaining money she could get out of the bank to buy more, wrapped them in a piece of fabric that she tied underneath her, on her waist, underneath her clothing, and kept there for the months that took my family to get to the United States. So after arriving in the United States and working minimum wage jobs to raise their family, a couple years later, my mother sold those pieces of gold to create the first down payment on my parents' first home. She was prepared to face the unknown because she thought about it in advance. And she created the pathway by using golden value from her old home to create a new home for us in the United States. And so, as we look today to navigate the unknown of technology and climate change and all of the vast advancements in our world that can create scary things for us here in Pakistan and around the world, I want to tell you the lessons I learned from my parents' journey to America. The unknown is there. Accept it. Acknowledge your fear of it. Prepare for it like my mother did. And most importantly, build solutions. She came with a solution. And that's my best advice for my global journeys across the world, is to accept it and build solutions. Build bridges that reach valleys and across lakes. Build boats that take you across oceans like that took my parents and me. Build beacons of light that take you through darkness. And then you will build the solutions that are necessary to navigate the unknown. I was a tech lawyer for 21 years, then I worked in the blockchain and digital asset space for about 10 years now, leading a global blockchain organization. Now I'm an entrepreneur, investor, and partner in many ventures across the world, and I want to take my time today to share some stories with you and examples from my global journeys of how people are navigating the unknown of all these new technologies to empower their potential and to actually build solutions in 3 areas. First in digital assets, then artificial intelligence, which is really scaring a lot of people with its unknown power, and then things that affect our earth and land. For the last 8 years, we'll begin with digital assets and the cryptocurrency world. It's been my area of expertise since very early days in that industry. And for a long time, many countries and jurisdictions were afraid of the unknown of Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, digital assets, afraid that it'd be used for criminal activity, afraid that they could not trace money, afraid that the country could not control capital flight outside of its borders. And because of that, there was a lot of resistance to the industry. But as we've seen, the industry is now inevitable. And the answer for any country, including Pakistan, is to not be afraid of the unknown, but to build solutions, legal compliance mechanisms, frameworks, incentive models for the businesses in this industry to actually build value on top of their systems for the benefit of all countries. So Dubai is an excellent example. Several years ago, they began the journey to create the virtual assets regulatory authority called VARA, to create the first comprehensive scheme in anywhere in the world so that you could get, if you're a business, a crypto exchange, a wallet, a transfer service, a custodian, to actually get a license so you know you're operating legally. In the EU, we just saw over the last year the final implementations of MiCA, the Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation, which creates a uniform EU market to create rules for crypto assets and the businesses that service them. It focuses on classifying crypto assets. Is it a commodity? Is it a security? Setting rules for the issuers of all these tokens you hear about and the service providers, and protecting consumers and markets and, of course, government interests. It now has requirements for stable coins and issuing tokens. And the United States, my now home country, was very far behind, to the point that American companies in the space started creating headquarters in other jurisdictions because the regulation by enforcement approach of the United States government was kind of scaring everyone away. Now, under the new Trump administration, whether you like the administration or not, they have changed directions, which has really cultivated a return to growth of the digital asset industry, and are contemplating getting through Congress some new pieces of legislation to help govern stable coins and other pieces of the industry. That's an example of how, by facing the unknown, trying to create solutions that are legally compliant, you can bring business back. I was so happy to hear that after many years of coming to Pakistan and talking about digital assets, that recently the Pakistan government announced the creation of its Pakistan Crypto Council, with representatives from leading ministries and agencies that are affected by the birth of these digital assets. This is important not just for crypto trading and use. Digital assets and blockchain power AI, it'll power Web3, it'll power the Internet of Things, all of these things that are necessary for this country to grow. And I am proud along my global journeys to work with some companies, some of whom are here, who are using this mechanism to build solutions, such as my friend Emmanuel Quezada from Mexico, who lives in Dubai, as a founder of a startup called Utopia, which is building solutions to create digital financial payments for this Web3 future so that everyone can be accessing financial services digitally with a wallet, and more importantly, instead of being afraid of how your children may use it, creating in the future a family-friendly ecosystem so that parents can monitor and manage their children's access to digital assets. That's a perfect example of facing the unknown and building a solution for it. I'm also proud to be chairman of a company that's based in the UAE but founded by Pakistani founders called InvoiceMate, which is doing the same. They're using DeFi to help power solutions, not just in Pakistan, but around the world, in the UAE and in Saudi Arabia next. They create an invoice financing marketplace so that SMEs, small, medium enterprises, can get loans on their unpaid invoices, invoice factoring, faster by using blockchain technology and AI to make the risk of that less for the banks or credit lenders. And I know the State Bank of Pakistan here has mandated banks to implement digital supply chain financing solutions. So they're now working with 3 banks live here in Pakistan to fulfill that mandate: Sonori Bank, Bank Islami, and Zindagi, with 2.5 billion worth of Pakistani rupee ready to roll out in the next 3 to 4 months for SMEs who are looking for short-term loans to grow. This is an example of, instead of being afraid of Web3, DeFi, and all these fancy terms, to actually build solutions on top of it. Second, I want to talk about the big elephant in the room of being afraid of the unknown, which is artificial intelligence. We've all seen the news of generative AI and all these new AI concepts which are creating risk of unknown. The recent studies by the World Economic Forum indicate that 41% of employers, intend to downsize their workforce in the coming years because of AI. So people are afraid of the unknown, of their jobs being lost. It's estimated that 300 million jobs may be affected by AI in the next 10 years or so. So what does that mean? It means that people are afraid, but it also means there's a lot of opportunity where the global AI market now is valued at $390 billion. And this year, there will be 97 million people that work in the AI space, and that will continue to grow. So instead of being afraid of the unknown of AI, I think it's important that people actually start figuring out how to build solutions on it that leverage it. Hey, if you work at Netflix, did you know that it makes $1 billion annually from automated, personalized recommendations, those things they like to recommend to you because you've watched other things? The really unknown and yet somewhat scary trend that people are facing is this new thing called agentic AI, which means that you have an autonomous machine agent that goes beyond the simple, chat bot where you put in a query and you get a response. Instead, is a system that can perform much more sophisticated tasks independently without your human intervention, such as a self-driving car, autonomous vehicles, or robotics that actually can be controlled through automated intelligence. So that's very scary because you're thinking, well, how am I going to, drive safely in autonomous vehicles? Well, it's happening now in the United States where there are autonomous robo-taxis, and women are taking them because they feel safer getting in them than getting in an Uber or Careem car, which is most usually driven by a man. But then we have problems such as AI-generated deepfakes, with media now being actually used and created that fake people's identity. 60% of consumers have encountered a deep fake within the past year, and few people can recognize them. People are getting better, but people identify the higher quality ones as deep fakes only about 24 to 25% of the time. We're afraid of this, but we can also build solutions, such as my friend Scott Stornetta, who was one of the founders of early blockchain, who's launched a new business in the US called SureMark, which allows high-profile people to digitally sign and verify videos of them on social media, on YouTube, to confirm that actually is them, and they authorize that this is a true replication of who they are. Here in Pakistan, I'm proud to be now supporting a company called WAI Industries, which is founded by two entrepreneurs who are bringing AI suites of services to enterprise, because those AI agents that you see out there are not enough for the most sophisticated of the enterprises. They need a swarm of them. And so we're doing this to launch not just in Pakistan, but across the world. Here in Pakistan, they already work with Faisal Bank, Engro Corp, the Pakistan Federal Board of Revenue and the Customs Agency, and many more. But I'm helping them grow into the United States, as well as their global growth plans to create solutions that help enterprises not be afraid of using AI, but create much more sophisticated solutions that take into context all of their complicated data. And here in the audience today from Dubai, but originally from Ireland, is my friend Brendan McKittrick, who has launched a business called AeroBlock, which is using blockchain and AI to create solutions for the aviation industry. It's an example of how, we can be afraid of all of these complicated things, but there are solutions to make your consumer experience with airlines so much more convenient and powerful. Finally, I want to talk about the unknown of all this technology with our earth and land. Recently, there's been a lot of news about this company called Colossal Biosciences. It's the de-extinction company. And I've got to learn a lot about it because one of my law school friends actually is an investor in it. It's basically Jurassic Park. It's the company that has brought back from extinction from 10,000 years ago these wolves called dire wolves, which were featured in the Game of Thrones series. And they're doing more, dodo birds and other things to come into the future. Their incredible success, though, has been supported also by government, with the US Department of Interior endorsing their efforts. But what you don't know is they have a sister company that was a spin-off called Form Bio, which uses AI for genomic evaluation and data analysis, not just to bring back extinct species, but actually to find medical cures. It's very scary to some people. It raises ethical questions. It raises questions about what can be done with this technology. But rather than being afraid of it, they are trying to combine it with their therapeutic and genomic business to build solutions that have value to all of us. Also in the audience with me is my colleague Michael Blank, who's the chairman of Prism Carbon Solutions, which has a blockchain digital registry and marketplace to help owners of forest land and natural resources actually leverage the value of all that carbon credit. We're bringing that to Brazil, Uganda, Russia, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Egypt, and hopefully here in Pakistan. I know people are afraid about the effects of climate change, but there are solutions using blockchain, for example, and AI to actually help build value and return value to the earth. I want to close with two examples from my native Vietnam, which is about how you can work with the government in partnership and private companies to actually build things that help with climate change. So my friend Sam Chi in Korea is part of a group that is working on Star Lake in Hanoi. It is a smart city development project that's very large. It's a mega project that's just completed its first phase last year. And they're using Australian companies to integrate artificial intelligence and machine learning to measure air quality, to manage the vehicles that will be going through this smart city, to actually reduce traffic patterns, to actually make sure that you have the cleanest air emissions. And so that's an example of how, while they're building something big and new, which may create harm in some people's minds, they're trying to implement AI and other mechanisms and IoT mechanisms to ensure sustainability. And my final example is also from Vietnam. It involves the Lego company, a client of mine when I was a lawyer in the United States for many years. They've just opened their 6th plant in the world, which is in Vietnam, and it's the first carbon neutral facility. They've invested $1.2 billion into building this, their biggest ever foreign investment. They're working with the government about it, and they're using 12,400 solar panels and an energy storage system and other high-tech techniques to make the manufacturing more efficient. So this is a really good example of building something on the land that uses new technology, sustainable efforts, working in partnership with the government to face this unknown of how do we grow the economy while not damaging the environment. These examples have something in common: to get foreign companies to work with you. here in Pakistan or anywhere in the world. You need to create the economic conditions through tax incentives and other incentives to bring business here. You need to actually open yourself to government partnership with private enterprise. You need to have a certain government, as Asfar mentioned earlier today. And you need partnerships, such as Orbit Startups is hoping to do here in Pakistan. My friend Xingping Lin is here. They've announced a partnership in Saudi Arabia early this year, funded by the KSA's venture arm of the Public Investment Fund, Sanabil. And so they're going to be helping bring ventures to Saudi Arabia. And that's exactly what you need here to help your young people face the unknown of how to start business ventures in the tech space. My journey has been all across the world. And I hope that you've learned from some of these examples I've given you that when you're facing the unknown, just like my mother, you don't run away from it. You take a moment, you stop, you decide to accept it, acknowledge that it's scary, and then you prepare for it, just like she did with her pieces of gold. And then, just like humans have done all over the world, you build solutions. You don't panic. You say there is a solution. And all of these new technology areas, all these new scary threats, there's ways to build solutions upon them, and solutions that create value for the better, to build bridges and lakes across valleys and lakes all over the world. So I want to leave you with a thought about how important it is to actually build solutions when you're navigating in the unknown. When we're faced with that, it's what humans have always done. We have always just we've always just built. We built places to gather. We built walls to protect. We built sites for arena play. We built gifts to friends. We built statues of liberty. We build metropolises. We build bridges and highways to transport us. We build towers of business. We build escalating marketplaces. We build new methods to communicate and transmit information. And then we built a truly global online network. We build new value to data. We build new ways to handle money, to pay, to shop. We build a world of e-commerce and new financial services. We build new methods to interact with the world around us. We build a digital array of services that truly connect the world. We build systems to protect our planet, and we build cities that are smarter, immersive, more connected by engaging with these new technologies, by letting them show us the way, by dispelling fear with light, by navigating the unknown together. Whether you're from America or Pakistan, it's time to build.
Jimmy Nguyen, thank you very much indeed for that inspirational ending there. It's interesting, you know, a lot of us recognize that perhaps the biggest obstacle to progress is often incumbency, is often the fact that the established interests are slow to move and the new interests can't get a leg up. But we've heard in the past 3 digital conversations that have been presented today from Amir, CEO of Jazz, talking about the landscape that exists in Pakistan, which is wide open and completely compared to some developed countries, completely ready for exploitation. Then we heard from the minister talking about how the national development plan is to be bold and visionary and all of this. And perhaps what Jimmy's been talking about, blockchain, AI, can leapfrog in Pakistan and take us beyond the problem of incumbency into a new generation. So interesting stuff. That wraps up the digital portion of the conversations today, and we will wrap up the morning session and head to the tea break now with our final presentation. So let's invite back onto the stage, the Governor of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Mr. Faisal Karim Kundi, for the closing address. So.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear parliamentarians, honorable panelists, distinguished business leaders, innovators, and visionaries, my dear brother Afzal Hassan Saab, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Today, I'm very pleased to be here, and I'm very thankful to my brother for inviting me here, but I will be focusing on Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, not on overall Pakistan. It is an honor to speak with you today about a region that is not only historically significant, but increasingly central to Pakistan's future, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa has long stood as a gateway between South Asia and Central Asia, a crossroad of civilization, ideas, and empires. From the ancient Gandhara civilization, which gave rise to flourishing Buddhist culture, to the strategic corridors used by Persian, Greeks, Mughals, and later the British. KP has also played a vital role in reshaping region dynamics. The Khyber Pass, historically one of the most significant trade routes in the world, served as a lifeline for commerce and cultural exchange between the East and the West. Through it passed merchants, monks, scholars, and emperors, each leaving behind trace and still echoes in the architecture, language, and spiritual diversity of the region. KP culture is rich and resilient. The province is home to vibrant Pashtun traditions, world-renowned hospitality, and oral heritage of poetry, music, and storytelling that binds generations together. From the haunting rabab melodies of folk musicians to the glorious epic of Khushal Khan Khatak and Rahman Baba, KP cultural contribution to the subcontinent is deep and enduring. Yet for much of the recent past, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa bore the brunt of conflict, militancy, displacement, instability, disrupted economic growth, and social cohesion. Today, while KP is on the road of revival, security remains a critical concern. Sporadic incidents of violence, cross-border threats, and extremist resurgence in some tribal belts pose real challenges. These disruptions have affected investors' confidence and tourist flow. However, the government administrations, in collaboration with the security forces and local communities, are working tirelessly to restore peace. Targeted operations, intelligence sharing, and community engagement programs are being strengthened. Most importantly, the shift towards development-focused security, where education, job creation, and infrastructure are tools against extremism, is helping build a more sustainable peace. At the heart of KP economic resilience is a new vision, one rooted in inclusivity, innovation, and sustainability. We see this in the modernization of agriculture, where traditional farming is being upgraded through smart irrigation access to quality seeds, cold storage chains, and farmer training programs, improving both productivity and livelihoods. In tourism, the breathtaking valleys of Swat, Chitral, and Kumrat are emerging as world-class destinations. Community-led ecotourism and cultural tourism are not only reviving local economies but preserving heritage. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is also harnessing in natural potential in renewable energy, particularly hydropower. New energy projects are providing off-grid solutions to rural communities and reducing dependency on imported fuels, moving the province towards energy resilience. In information technology, tech hubs like Durshal and Tech Valley Aptabad are nurturing a new generation of developers, freelancers, innovators. Digital inclusion is only transforming KP urban youth but also opening doors for remote and marginalized communities. Importantly, women economic empowerment is gaining ground. From vocational training centers to entrepreneurship grants, women are stepping into roles of leadership and financial independence. This isn't just a policy shift, it's cultural transformation and it's reshaping the social fabric of KP for the betterment. The government focus on human development through education reforms, healthcare access and skill development is paving the way for a more equitable society. And finally, at the core of these efforts is a commitment to long-term sustainability. Climate resilience, environment protection, and inclusive economic planning are no longer optional. They are essential. KP is working to ensure that its progress is not just rapid, but responsible. Furthermore, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa geographical position offers unmatched potential for regional connectivity with the Central Asia. Through projects like China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, the Peshawar-Kabul-Dushanbe Trade Axis, the potential railway and road link through the Wakhan border, KP is once again becoming a gateway not just for Pakistan but for the entire region. Strengthening trade, energy cooperation and cultural diplomacy with Central Asian republics could not only revive ancient Silk Road ties but also unblock vast economic opportunities for the generations to come. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is poised to reclaim its historic role as a bridge between regions, cultures and economics. Ladies and gentlemen, KP is no longer just frontier of the past. It's becoming a bridge to the future, a province steeped in history, now scripting its own economic comeback through innovation, resilience, and inclusive growth. Let us stand together in support of this journey where tradition meets transformation and hope becomes reality. Thank you very much. And before ending, I'll ask my brother Afsar that he has been holding very successful events in Islamabad, Lahore, and Karachi. So we invite you to Peshawar also. Governor House doors are open for you, and you should come to Peshawar and have this type of summit there in Peshawar also. And we welcome you and your colleagues to Peshawar, and I think that will be very positive change for that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Governor, please join me once again on the stage. We're going to ask you to make another presentation if you would. We've wrapped up this morning session so far, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of interesting perspectives, a lot of different angles on Pakistan's position, potential and future. And we're going to invite all our speakers of the morning back onto the stage, please, for a final presentation to be done by the Governor. Thank you for your comments this morning. We were expecting to hear from, once again, from Professor Hassan Iqbal, but he has had to depart very quickly, but he will be back, so we will hear from him. Please, the speakers, join us onto the stage. We've had Farooq Amin, Yusuf Hussain, Amir Ibrahim, Jimmy Nguyen. Please, all come up. We want to give you all a thanks and a presentation here, all together, and we're going to have a group photograph. Yes, please, a round of applause for the morning speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an interesting and fascinating discussion about the situation so far. Jimmy, come. Jim. And of course, we have our hosts, Asfar and Amir as well, on the stage. Usman, are you here? Usman is gone, unfortunately. Once again, folks, show your appreciation for our esteemed speakers today.
Now
Thank you all very much indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our opening session of this year's summit. Thank you for your patience and your indulgence, and I hope you were inspired and informed, I think is the best word, by that whole setup.
This is actually the 15 minutes free break, please.
We will now take a quick tea break. When we come back, we're going to have our opening session of the second session of Forging the Future. Tea break is 15 minutes. If you could be back within that time frame, that would be fantastic. We are running a little bit over time at the moment. So have a quick tea and see you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
In the symphony of life, change is the only constant, weaving a tapestry of evolving realities. We stand at the forefront, challenging the impossible, connecting you to a world of passion, and binding you to your own happiness. We are the architects of transformative change, and our medium is something fundamental. Food, more than sustenance, is an emotion, a promise for better nutrition. From humble beginnings with simple grains to leading sustainable agriculture practices, we've evolved, matching the relentless pace of progress. Our commitment shines through to state-of-the-art factories producing 190 plus high-quality products under our flagship brands Sunrich Foods and Good Goodies. Embark on this journey with Unity Foods, where Pakistan's first pizza mill with Swiss technology transforms every grain into the purest flour. fortified with essential nutrients. Sunrich products are more than commodities. They are a commitment to a healthier life. Our fiber-fed flour redefines bread and gut health with twice the fiber content. Our range, including all-purpose flour, semolina, and pizza flour, stands as a testament to excellence. Sunrich Foods elevates rice with grains 2 to 3 times longer, celebrated for their aroma. Good Goodies Factory creates joyous snacks enriched with energics. Sunridge Bakery and Grocery Stores offers a holistic food experience with bakery items, groceries, and cakes, all handcrafted using Sunridge products. Our edible oil refinery produces premium oils and banaspati, fortified with essential nutrients. Brands like Dastak, Ehtimam, and Zoki blend omega-3 and 6 and vitamins A, D, and E, catering to global customers. Our journey doesn't stop there. We transform crushed seeds into high-quality animal feed, completing our integrated value chain. As we strive towards net zero by 2050, we remain committed to our promise for better nutrition. Unity Foods, food for life.
Where the future's unclear, chasing dreams through the chaos, pushing past the fear. A vision in our hearts and courage in our hands. We carve a path where no one's ever made a stand. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Through every change, we turn uncertainty into something strange. With passion and grit, we rise above, empowered by the future we're dreaming of. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown.
Live test 1. Live.
In the symphony of life, change is the only constant, weaving a tapestry of evolving realities. We stand at the forefront, challenging the impossible, connecting you to a world of passion, and binding you to your own happiness. We are the architects of transformative change, and our medium is something fundamental. Food, more than sustenance, is an emotion, a promise for better nutrition. From humble beginnings with simple grains to leading sustainable agriculture practices, we've evolved, matching the relentless pace of progress. Our commitment shines through to state-of-the-art factories producing 190-plus high-quality products under our flagship brands, Sunrich Foods and Good Goodies. Embark on this journey with Unity Foods, where Pakistan's first pizza mill with Swiss technology transforms every grain into the purest flour, fortified with essential nutrients. Sunrich products are more than commodities. They are a commitment to a healthier life. Our fiber-filled flour redefines bread and gut health with twice the fiber content.
Taste one.
Our range, including all-purpose flour, semolina,
Hello.
and pizza flour, stands as a testament to excellence. Sunrich Foods elevates rice with grains 2 to 3 times longer, celebrated for their aroma. Good Goodies Factory creates joyous snacks enriched with energics. Sunrich Bakery and Grocery Stores offers a holistic food experience with bakery items, groceries, and cakes, all handcrafted using Sunrich products. Our edible oil refinery produces premium oils and banaspati, fortified with essential nutrients. Brands like Dastak, Ehtimam, and Zoki blend omega-3 and 6 and vitamins A, D, and E, catering to global customers. Our journey doesn't stop there. We transform crushed seeds into high-quality animal feed, completing our integrated value chain. As we strive towards net zero by 2050, we remain committed to our promise for better nutrition. Unity Foods, food for life.
Where the future's unclear, chasing dreams through the chaos, pushing past the fear. With vision in our hearts and courage in our hands, we carve a path where no one's ever made a stand. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Through every change, we turn uncertainty into something strange. With passion and grit, we rise above, empowered by the future we're dreaming of. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Challenge becomes a chance to build, to grow, to take a step.
In the symphony of life, change is the only constant, weaving a tapestry of evolving realities. We stand at the forefront, challenging the impossible, connecting you to a world of passion, and binding you to your own happiness. We are the architects of transformative change, and our medium is something fundamental. Food, more than sustenance, is an emotion, a promise for better nutrition. From humble beginnings with simple grains to leading sustainable agriculture practices, we've evolved, matching the relentless pace of progress. Our commitment shines through to state-of-the-art factories producing 190 plus high-quality products under our flagship brands, Sunrich Foods and Good Goodies. Embark on this journey with Unity Foods, where Pakistan's first pizza mill with Swiss technology transforms every grain into the purest flour, fortified with essential nutrients. Sunrich products are more than commodities. They are a commitment to a healthier life. Our fiber-fed flour redefines bread and gut health with twice the fiber content. Our range, including all-purpose flour, semolina, and pizza flour, stands as a testament to excellence. Sunrich Foods elevates rice with grains 2 to 3 times longer, celebrated for their aroma. Good Goodies Factory creates joyous snacks enriched with energics. Sunrich Bakery and Grocery Stores offers a holistic food experience with bakery items, groceries, and cakes, all handcrafted using Sunrich products. Our edible oil refinery produces premium oils and banaspati, fortified with essential nutrients. Brands like Dastak, Ehtimam, and Zoki blend omega-3 and 6 and vitamins A, D, and E, catering to global customers. Our journey doesn't stop there. We transform crushed seeds into high-quality animal feed, completing our integrated value chain. As we strive towards net zero by 2050, we remain committed to our promise for better nutrition. Unity Foods, food for life.
Where the future's unclear, chasing dreams through the chaos, pushing past the fear. A vision in our hearts and courage in our hands. We carve a path where no one's ever made a stand. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Through every change, we turn uncertainty into something strange. With passion and grit, we rise above, empowered by the future we're dreaming of. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Pushing forward into the fight. Every challenge becomes a chance to
In the symphony of life, change is the only constant, weaving a tapestry of evolving realities. We stand at the forefront, challenging the impossible, connecting you to a world of passion and binding you to your own happiness. We are the architects of transformative change, and our medium is something fundamental. Food, more than sustenance, is an emotion, a promise for better nutrition. From humble beginnings with simple grains to leading sustainable agriculture practices, we've evolved, matching the relentless pace of progress. Our commitment shines through to state-of-the-art factories producing 190 plus high-quality products under our flagship brands, Sunrich Foods and Good Goodies. Embark on this journey with Unity Foods, where Pakistan's first pizza mill with Swiss technology transforms every grain into the purest flour, fortified with essential nutrients. Sunrich products are more than commodities, they are a commitment to a healthier life. Our fiber-fit flour redefines bread and gut health with twice the fiber content. Our range, including all-purpose flour, semolina, and pizza flour, stands as a testament to excellence. Sunrich Foods elevates rice with grains 2 to 3 times longer, celebrated for their aroma. Good Goodies Factory creates joyous snacks enriched with energics. Sunrich Bakery and Grocery Stores offers a holistic food experience with bakery items, groceries, and cakes, all handcrafted using Sunrich products. Our edible oil refinery produces premium oils and banaspati, fortified with essential nutrients. Brands like Dastak, Ehtimam, and Zocchi blend omega-3 and 6 and vitamins A, D, and E, catering to global customers. Our journey doesn't stop there. We transform crushed seeds into high-quality animal feed, completing our integrated value chain. As we strive towards net zero by 2050, we remain committed to our promise for better nutrition. Unity Foods, food for life.
Unclear, chasing dreams through the chaos, pushing past the fear. Vision in our hearts and courage in our hands. We carve a path where no one's ever made a stand. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Through every change, we turn uncertainty into something strange. With passion and grit, we rise above, empowered by the future we're dreaming of. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Pushing forward into the fight. Every challenge becomes a chance
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats once again. We're about to kick off our second session of the morning so far. Hope you've enjoyed your tea break and feeling a bit refreshed. Please do take your seats as quickly as you can. We've got a few very interesting conversations coming right up. So if you would prepare yourselves for the second session, we'll be very grateful. Okay, folks, we're going to kick off our next session. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your tea. I hope you're all ready for some very stimulating conversations. In this next session before lunch, we're going to get straight to the heart of the issue of navigating the unknown. We've got some really interesting conversations lined up for you, one-on-one conversations with some fascinating people and decision makers here in Pakistan. We're going to kick off the session here with Mr. Saqib Ahmed. He's going to be speaking to Muhammad Ali, the Federal Minister and Advisor to the Prime Minister of Pakistan on privatization. Saqib is the Country Managing Director of SAP Pakistan, Iraq, Afghanistan and Bahrain. Please welcome him to the stage. A warm round of applause, please. And please, Muhammad Ali, Federal Minister, please also join us on the stage this morning. Please show your appreciation for the Minister as well.
Thank you very much for the nice intro. I've been on the stage of Leaders of Islamabad Summit for different forums and different chats, but today I'm excited. I'm excited due to the fact that I have somebody whom is respected all across to the honesty level that the answers will come on. It's not that there are different levels of ministers, but I have talked to different ministers on the same stage, and I have always been trying and asking, we should talk about what the reality is. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan, as always, हमेशा की तरह एक नाजुक दौर से गुजरता रहा है और आज भी एक नाजुक दौर से गुजर रहा है. I think the most important thing today is that the things are changing. And sir, if we start talking about on that front, I think the first thing is, coming from the corridors of America, the world has also started being run as a multinational overall. And when we go to that level, with the tariffs coming in and coming going, with the visas coming in and coming going, with the people with having a voice that can be always been considered, they can talk and now they cannot talk. All these things are having an impact on the global dimensions, and they have an impact on how the things should be led. Pakistan has coming across well. Let's be honest. We were in difficult financial situations. We have improved our situation, but we are still may not be there where we want to be. How do you see currently the privatization angle is an important path in terms of the economic strength and stability that government is looking at? What do you think, and how long that stability can come through the privatization angle specifically for Pakistan?
Thank you, Saqib. Thank you for having me here. I think if we go a bit, if we look at a conceptual level, we have to ask ourselves, can countries grow unless they have alignment between their political system and their economic system? I think that's where we need to start, because the governments have to know what their real job is. If the governments are not focused on their priorities, then there's no way any country in the world can achieve economic progress. And when I talk about the alignment between the political and the economic system, people give it, I mean, around 50 years ago, the world was going through a transition where economic models were still being thought about and different countries followed different paths. Over the last 50 odd years, we have seen that in most countries, governments have come out of doing businesses, and there's a reason behind that. Now, some people give example of certain countries where governments are still engaged in businesses. For example, in the Middle East, and they do businesses very well, very efficiently. Some of the companies in the Middle East are doing very well, and they have some of the best people working for them. But what we forget is, those countries, their economic model is aligned with their political model. Their political model is a model in which there is consistency for a long period of time, because most of these countries have kingdoms. Now, in Pakistan, our political model is a democratic model in which the governments change every 5 years. We have a new set of politicians, we have a new set of bureaucrats. So in a model which is a democratic model, should governments be running businesses? That's the question we need to ask. And I think the answer to this question should define the importance of privatization and the need for privatization. So I'll just take some more time on this. It's just like having a child whose parents are changing every 5 years. And the parent is not one or two. There are tons and tons of people who are parenting this child. So if you keep changing parents of a child every 5 years, how would that child end up growing? And that's what I mean by alignment between the political and the economic model. So governments, I'm a firm believer that governments have to come out of businesses. We have to privatize things. It's not the job of the government. And if it is the job of the government, and if this is what we want to do, then let's agree on it at a policy level. But the thinking is very clear that it's not the job of the government. So if the governments come out of the privatization, then what will happen? And that comes to your question. In terms of the economic model, firstly, in terms of economic model, what sort of economic model do we want? Do we want to create an environment which is a competitive environment and a market-based economy? See, unless you have the markets decide the pricing, I don't think it's possible. And market deciding the pricing in a competitive environment, it's not possible to get the best product at the cheapest possible price. It is just not possible. What is happening? We are running businesses. We are regulating businesses. We are determining the prices at which consumers will buy. And we are ensuring that the competition is at the minimal level. You cannot have a thriving economy. So first point, if we want to have a competitive environment and market-based economy and low inflation, and the right product, we need to privatize things, firstly. Second, the advantage also flows at the government level. If you have government officers, think about who to appoint as the CEO, who should be on the board of directors, governing the companies or running the companies at the board level. It takes away their focus from their main job, which is the policy and regulation. Once we come out of running businesses, only then we'll be able to focus on the education policy, the health policy, the fiscal policy, etc., etc. So that's the other advantage that we have. Two more points. When governments are running businesses, then people get jobs based on relationships, based on who they know, not on the basis of what they know. So we have moved away from a merit-based society. And when people who deserve something on merit are not rewarded, they get disillusioned, they leave countries, the brain drain happens. And fourthly, the productivity of the organization also go down. Because if you have a large number of people doing a job which few people can do, if there's no accountability, because you know the right people in the organization or in the right circles, you can't be fired, your productivity will be low. Pakistan has one of the lowest productivity levels in the world. So unless you increase productivity, unless you have a merit-based society, you have competition in market forces, and you ensure that the policymakers focus on the real job, I don't think we can have economic growth. So privatization is a must in my opinion.
You touched a lot of topics in this first 5 minutes. You talked about we need to have the continuity of the strategy that is required. You talked about parents, even if they have to be changed, they need to continue with the same policies as well. You are talking about that overall the processes and the government should come out of the business and focus on the policy over there as well. It remembers me one of my bosses who when I was not delivering on the numbers, he pushed me to the corner and said, Saqib, you are always coming in and telling me and doing the analysis of the problem. You are there. You have to make the solution of the problem as well. So again, there is a very good analysis of the problem, but what is the solution of this problem? You being there at the host, at the decision-making level, how should we solve it?
See, privatization is a piece of the puzzle. In order to solve the problem, there are a number of things that we will have to do. So firstly, we have touched upon privatization, so you privatize. But there are a number of other policy level or systemic level changes that we need to do to solve the problem. And I'm assuming the problem that we talk about, the problem is the economic problem. Part of it will translate into a social problem also, but economy is where it all begins. Besides privatization, I think if we start, you have to start somewhere, and you have to start at a macro level, because if you start focusing on like 100 issues at a tactical level, it gets very difficult to execute them. And by the time you have solved 100 tactical issues, there'll be 200 others cropping up. So we have to start at the objective and the strategy level, in my opinion. So 3 or 4 things I'll touch upon. I think a very important piece of the puzzle is our documentation of the economy and the tax structure. Why would I set up a business in the formal sector knowing that I am bound to pay taxes when my competitor is not responsible to pay taxes? He or she will have an advantage on me day one. In Pakistan, it's very unfortunate that we only have like more than 100,000 or 150,000 companies. Now, when you set up a company, you are bound to register with SECP, which is the regulator. You have to get your accounts audited, and you have to pay taxes. Whereas I have no need, unless I'm a very large business, to register myself as a corporate entity. And if I remain a sole proprietor or a partnership, then I don't do all these. Now, globally, partnerships and sole proprietorships are allowed, but they are also in the documented sector. So first thing, we have to document the entire economy. And it's not very difficult in today's world because of technology and the fintech solutions that we have. Second, our tax collection will need to improve. And frankly, this year, FBR has done a fabulous job. The growth in taxes is north of 30%. And I think now they are ready to do other reforms. But overall, the tax rate for the businesses has to come down. Then we will have a thriving private sector. Thirdly, whenever somebody comes from outside and invests in Pakistan, it's very unfortunate that our contracts are governed by the UK law or Singapore law. We need to have a judicial system where justice is given on time and in a fair manner. Without the right judicial system, we won't be able to attract businesses. Rather, we will continue to see outflow of capital from the country. Fourth, I think we need bureaucratic reforms in the country. We have very good people, we have very good civil officers, civil servants, but the structuring and the decision-making processes need to be looked at. And unless we do that, whatever we talk about the ease of doing business and all these things, they won't happen. So solutions are there. We know the solution, but we need to spend time thinking about them, coming up with a roadmap, and executing them. And I think 4 or 5 things will have to happen in parallel. We don't have the luxury of time that we do things one by one.
Agreed. Since I have to bring you back to the privatization discussion, when I turned 50, one of the things that shocked me was immediately मुझे नज़र की ऐनक लग गई, जिससे मुझे करीब की चीज़ें ज़्यादा बेहतर नज़र आने लग गई. पाकिस्तान is 75 years plus. हम बहुत से मसलों से बार बार गुजरे हैं और हमारी करीब की ऐनक बहुत दफ़ा लगी है. मैं बचपन से सुन रहा हूँ कि मुल्क की प्राइवेटाइजेशन होनी चाहिए. But to be honest, 3 different governments or 3 different parties came in, different regimes came in, all things happened. But privatization taboo is similar over the period of past 25 plus years. Privatization hone lagti hai, privatization stops, the question marks comes in, the results are not there. Why?
इसकी देखिए 2-3 वजूहात हैं आई थिंक। पहली बात तो कभी कभी जब प्रॉब्लम बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ जाता है तो उस वक्त हल होता है। तो आई थिंक आज की तारीख में प्रॉब्लम इतना बड़ा हो गया है कि अब कोई गुंजाइश भी नहीं है हमारे पास। हैविंग बिसाइड्स दैट आई थिंक ये जो the root cause of this issue is in two decisions, I think. One, it should be privatized only the loss-making companies, or should we privatize even the profit-making companies? एक तो ये बहस हमारे यहाँ काफ़ी अर्से से चल रही है। I think decision-making framework ये नहीं होना चाहिए कि should we privatize, कि profitability should not decide whether something should be decided or not, should be privatized or not. The philosophy and the concept should decide whether, and the ideology should decide whether we want the government to do businesses or not. PIA कई साल पहले शायद पैसे बना रही थी, इस साल माशाल्लाह फिर से प्रॉफिट में है, लेकिन पिछले चंद साल नहीं बनाए। बहुत सारी हमारी एंटिटीज़ हैं जो which were profitable and then they start making losses. तो I think एक तो वजह ये है कि हमारी एक confusion बढ़ी है कि हम कौन सी एंटिटीज़ बेचेंगे कौन सी नहीं बेचेंगे, पहली चीज़। दूसरी चीज़, इसका एक पार्ट ऑफ द रीज़न ये भी है कि हमारे इकोनॉमिक कंडीशंस कुछ टाइम पे अच्छी होती हैं, कुछ टाइम पे इतनी अच्छी नहीं होती हैं, तो दैट्स ऑल्सो पार्ट ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम। थिर्डली, आई थिंक अगर एक फ़ैसला हमने करना है कि चीज़ें बेचनी हैं तो देन वी हैव टू गो ऑल आउट फॉर इट, स्पेंड 2-3 years लाइक यूके डिड इट। आई मीन इन Thatcher's time they had a number of issues, उस डेवलप्ड मुल्क के अंदर भी बड़े राइट्स हुए थे, सब कुछ, बट दे वेंट अहेड। तो आई थिंक जो एक फोकस और जो एक विल के साथ हमें चीज़ करनी है आज की तारीख में है, आई कैन टेल यू दैट मच। ऑल स्टेक होल्डर्स, गवर्नमेंट, कैबिनेट, पीएम, अक्रॉस द बोर्ड देयर इज वेरी क्लियर थिंकिंग कि वी नीड टू कम आउट ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेसेस। तो पास में आई थिंक बहुत सारी वजूहत थी, बट इंशाल्लाह मेरा ख्याल है कि गोइंग फॉरवर्ड यू विल सी सम रियल एक्शन ऑन दिस फ्रंट।
I think it's encouraging to see and hear what you are talking about. और ये बात बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है कि ये decision making, और आपने पहले questions के answer में कहा कि we need to decide that government should go into policy making. So it's not about which is loss making and which is profit making. It's about how we are able to privatize and give the business back so that it can be run in the best possible way. I think that's a fair approach to go in. अब जब भी हम privatization की बात करते हैं, हम बात करते हैं to get the foreign investor in and to see where they can invest in our infrastructure, in our different policies as well. हमारा current foreign investor वो तो बहुत सी चीज़ें डाउट करता है। टेलीनॉर की एक एग्जांपल है, they invested, they are going out of this one. How we are, and असफर ने अपने शुरू के की नोट के अंदर भी exactly यही बात की कि how we need to ensure that current foreign investor is taken care so that we can get the other foreign investors, giving that example. How we have to ensure that one, because there is a question mark around it.
ओके, आई थिंक दो चीज़ें। पहली बात तो जो पहले हमने टच अपॉन किया, जुडिशियल सिस्टम, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, टैक्सेशन, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, आई थिंक ऑल ऑफ दैट इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। एनी इन्वेस्टर वुड वांट कंसिस्टेंसी ऑफ पॉलिसीज, दे आर इन बिजनेस टू मेक मनी, so they want to see decent profitability, and foreign investor would look at profitability in US dollar terms or hard currency, not in rupee terms, so that economic stability, the currency stability and all of that. So overall जो macro है, macros हैं हमारे, macroeconomic indicators, वहाँ सब चीज़ें ठीक होनी पड़ेंगी. Some good things have happened, inflation has come down, interest rates have come down, currency has been stable. लेकिन हमारी जो सिस्टमिक चीज़ें हैं वो हमें सही करनी पड़ी। देखिए फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट दुनिया में हर मुल्क में जाती है, ये नहीं होता कि दुनिया में किसी मुल्क फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट आ ही नहीं रही है। देयर इज सम फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर, बट डिपेंड्स व्हाट सॉर्ट ऑफ फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट डू वी वांट एंड व्हाट लेवल ऑफ फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट डू वी वांट। नाउ चाइना वाज एबल टू अट्रैक्ट huge amounts of foreign investment because they had a certain policy, they showed that well and they had their stability. तो I think हमें systemic level पे, macro level पे चीज़ें सही करनी पड़ेंगी। I think एक और वजह है, हमारी इकोनॉमी का जो स्ट्रक्चर है ना वो अभी तक पुराने वक्तों का है। फॉर एग्जांपल आप कैपिटल मार्केट देखें, आज हमारी कैपिटल मार्केट में जो कंपनीज जो ट्रेडिंग होती है, मैंने कैपिटल मार्केट 1992 में ज्वाइन की थी, काफ़ी बड़ा नंबर है, 35 years हो गए, आज भी स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द कैपिटल मार्केट इज मोर और लेस द सेम. बैंकिंग, फर्टिलाइजर, सीमेंट, टेक्सटाइल, शुगर, these are the dominant, oil and gas, IPPs बाद में आए थे. So, but if you, foreign investors कहाँ पे जाते हैं? जहाँ पर फ्यूचरिस्टिक बिजनेसेस सेटअप हो रहे हैं, IT कंपनीज होती हैं, रोबोटिक्स की कंपनीज होती हैं, बायोसाइंसेस की कंपनीज होती हैं. So, this entire sector is missing. Now that is missing because of a number of reasons. कि freelancers बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, corporate sector में IT companies कम हैं, कुछ डॉलर लाते हैं, कुछ नहीं लाते. So I think we also need to think about के what sort of companies do we want to focus on, what sort of businesses we need to focus on, and that strategy will help us bring more foreign investment.
I think that's absolutely right. It's all about IT transformation, digital transformation that is driving the overall privatization. प्राइवेटाइजेशन का सर एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज सा ये भी आता है कि एक पूरा प्रोसेस फॉलो होता है. प्रोसेस फॉलो होने के बाद उसकी एक कंप्लायंस होती है. एंड मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द टाइम्स व्हाट आई सी व्हेन वी कंप्लीट द प्रोसेस देयर इज ऑलवेज अ क्वेश्चन ऑन द कंप्लायंस दैट हैज दिस बीन डन इन द बेस्ट पॉसिबल वे, एंड मेनी टाइम्स द प्रोसेस गेट एट हॉल्ट बिकॉज देयर आर ऑलवेज सम इश्यूज हाईलाइटेड बाय द कंप्लायंस एंड द थिंग्स गेट स्टॉल्ड ओवर हियर. हाउ कैन वी मेक दिस प्रोसेस ऑफ प्राइवेटाइजेशन more transparent, more clear and fast as well? Because people will always talk. They will always come up. आपने शुरू में बात की, when you know somebody in the ecosystem, सर वो इसको जानता है, वो इसको जानता है. How we make sure that we do the process complete in a timely manner within the compliance that we are talking about? How can we do that?
You touched upon two things, transparency and speed.
Yes, both.
अच्छा, transparency पे I think the process is very, very transparent. इट्स एक्सट्रीमली ट्रांसपेरेंट. मुझे याद नहीं आता कि पिछले कोई 20-25 साल की प्राइवेटाइजेशन में कोई क्रिटिसिज्म आया हो कि अपने किसी फेवरेट को दे दी गई या प्रोसेस फॉलो नहीं. तो ट्रांसपेरेंसी पे, बिकॉज पहली जब हम कोई भी प्राइवेटाइजेशन करने जाते हैं तो एक फाइनेंशियल एडवाइज़र अपॉइंट होता है विच इज़ वन ऑफ द टॉप कंपनीज इन द वर्ल्ड. दे स्पेयरहेड द प्रोसेस अलॉन्ग विद आवर टीम. उसके बाद PC board which comprises of private sector people, they look at the recommendations, उनकी अप्रूवल होती है, उस पर बड़ी डिबेट होती है. they're very independent minded people. फिर ये जाता है CCOP के पास, Cabinet Committee on Privatization, which consists of various ministers and senior ministers. फिर ये जाता है कैबिनेट के पास. तो आई थिंक विद इन द सिस्टम जो लेयर्स हैं ट्रांसपेरेंसी इंश्योर करने के लिए वो तो ठीक ठाक है. अब करंटली प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने एक चीज़ हमें कही है कि जो भी बिडिंग प्रोसेस होगा वो मीडिया पर होगा. PI आपने देखा मीडिया पर ही था, जो भी था एक बिड थी वॉट एवर था, बट मीडिया पे था. तो प्रोसेस इज वेरी ट्रांसपेरेंट. ऑल द इंफॉर्मेशन इज ऑन आवर वेबसाइट PC की. आई थिंक वी नीड टू डू मोर ऑन दैट फ्रंट एंड वी विल डू मोर ऑन दैट फ्रंट, शेयर मोर इन्फॉर्मेशन विद द मैसेज. फाइनेंशियल एडवाइजर अपॉइंट करने के लिए अखबार में ऐड आता है, बिडिंग से किसी भी चीज़ को बेचने से पहले EOIs, लोकल और इंटरनेशनल पेपर्स में. आई थिंक ट्रांसपेरेंसी वी आर डूइंग वेल. ऑन द स्पीड फ्रंट आई एग्री कि स्पीड कैन बी इम्प्रूव्ड. उसकी एक बहुत बड़ी वजह है विद इन द PC जो हमारी कैपेसिटी है वो बड़ी लिमिटेड है. अभी हम इस वक्त काम कर रहे हैं, 24 ट्रांजैक्शंस हैं हमारे पास, बट आउट ऑफ दोज 24, 10 आर इन द फर्स्ट फेज. सो वी आर वर्किंग ऑन 10. बट देन I would ask, why are we working on 10 now and 14 later? Why don't we do on 14? I mean, basically, मुझे 10 टीम्स की जगह या 5 टीम्स की जगह डबल या ट्रिपल टीम्स लगानी पड़ेंगी. And if we are able to sell any of the loss-making SOE earlier by a few months, we save billions.
Of course.
अगर आज हम 3 डिस्कोज बेच रहे हैं, कुछ तो मार्केट के भी डायनामिक्स होते हैं कि कितने बायर्स हैं, कितना एपेटाइट है, लेकिन अगर हम एक डिस्को जो कि साल का लेट्स के 20 अरब नुकसान करती है, by strengthening our team, if we sell it earlier by 6 months, we save 10 billion rupees. Now that's huge amount of saving compared to the amount of money we will spend on capacity building. So capacity building we need in PC, which we are working on. And capacity building के अंदर एक तो है कि लोग हमें रखने होंगे. दूसरी चीज़ which I want to highlight because it applies to a lot of other ministries also. लोगों के अलावा हमें the way we work that also has to change. हम जब बैठे होते हैं, हम बेल बजाते हैं, एक बंदा आता है, उसे हम कहते हैं इसको बुलाओ. वो बंदा बेचारा आता है अपने ऑफिस से चल के, उसे हमें 30 सेकंड की एक बात पूछनी होती है, या हम फ़ोन करते हैं वो सीट पे नहीं होता, व्हाट्सएप करते हैं जवाब आता है. वी आर ऑपरेटिंग इन अ वेरी इनएफिशिएंट वर्क मॉडल. We need to use technology for that. In PEC, what we are now looking at is we have already introduced at a smaller level at a task management software. We need collaboration software. We need to operate in a virtual world. If I go and meet somebody, instead of me remembering to tell 4 people that I met this person said it, or sending WhatsApp, I just need to come and send a meeting note, like all companies operate. So I think we need to use technology. We need to improve our capacity building, and that will help us on the speed. Transparency, I think we are good.
I think fairly explained. I think I understand the point of transparency where you're coming from, and speed is the angle which we required so that we cover the complete end-to-end results that we are looking at, and transparency. My next question will be covering 2 points. One of them is related to privatization, one of them is about investment. There's a lot of investment coming, people coming in and from Saudi Arabia, from China, from different places, and many times we hear that they're ready to invest, but they say Pakistan doesn't have projects. And we don't present the projects in the right way, the people can get the investment. Who has to work on this one? Is it private sector? Is it public sector? How we cover that point? This is first one. And second is on the privatization front, which country do you see as an ideal example? This is the best way a company has done privatization, and we need to learn from them and take it from them so that we don't falter.
Okay, I'll answer the second question first, because jawab chota ho gaya iska. UK led it 30 odd years ago. They've done a fabulous job. वहाँ पर तो आज की तारीख में इवन गवर्नमेंट के जो डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं वो भी प्राइवेट सेक्टर चलाता है. दे आर आउटसोर्स्ड. एक ज़माने में लोग कहते थे जी एयरलाइंस प्राइवेटाइज नहीं होनी चाहिए, एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं होने चाहिए, सड़कें नहीं होनी चाहिए, हॉस्पिटल्स नहीं होने चाहिए, बट ऑल ऑफ दैट इज़ गोइंग has gone to private sector. So within Europe, I would say UK, a lot of Latin American companies have done a fabulous job on the energy sector. उन्होंने privatization भी की और साथ उन्होंने energy markets भी बनाई. So the two generally have to go hand in hand. So there are different models. Georgia has done a fabulous job on energy. So there are different models. So I would not say any one country. I think sector-wise, different countries, but some countries have taken the lead. So there are lots of role models that we can follow. Your first question is very important कि लोगों का इंटरेस्ट भी है और वो इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं आ रही है. तो जो डिस्कनेक्ट है वो आई थिंक 2 लेवल्स पे है. एक तो बिकॉज जो पहला सवाल था आपका प्राइवेटाइजेशन से रिलेटेड और गवर्नमेंट फुटप्रिंट से रिलेटेड, तो हमारे पास जो हम अपनी चीज़ों को मार्केट कर रहे हैं या जो प्रोजेक्ट्स बना रहे हैं जो हम सरकार में करते हैं, वो ज़्यादातर हम सरकार की कंपनीज़ को ही लेके जा रहे होते हैं फॉर रोड शोज और व्हाटएवर. अब अगर हमें कोई कहीं से इन्वेस्टमेंट लानी है तो हम किसे लेके जाएंगे? बिकॉज गवर्नमेंट का फुटप्रिंट इतना ज़्यादा है कि हमारी कंपनी के साथ जा रही होती हैं. नंबर 1. अगर किसी मुल्क में गवर्नमेंट का फुटप्रिंट कम हो और प्राइवेट सेक्टर का फुटप्रिंट ज़्यादा हो तो यू विल टेक प्राइवेट सेक्टर. अगर यूएस से कोई डेलीगेशन आएगा तो उसमें सरकारी कंपनीज तो नहीं होंगी ना, उसमें तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर की कंपनीज होंगी. फिर प्राइवेट सेक्टर की जो कंपनीज होंगी, बिकॉज they have a skin in the game, their job is to make money, so they will follow up, they will come up with projects, whatever. सरकारी कंपनीज में तो वो उस लेवल की एफिशिएंसी नहीं है. एक चीज़. दूसरा रीज़न इसका ये है मेरे ख्याल में कि हमारी जो मिनिस्ट्रीज़ हैं, मिनिस्ट्रीज़ के अंदर ये कैपेसिटी नहीं है कि वो प्रोजेक्ट्स डेवलप कर सकें, और ये होनी भी नहीं चाहिए फ्रैंकली, और है भी नहीं. तो फिर हम क्या करते हैं, हम एडवाइजर्स अपॉइंट करते हैं, हम कंपनी से कहते हैं, बट मिनिस्ट्रीज़ में पीपल डोंट नो कि एक प्रोजेक्ट को मार्केट भी करना है तो उसकी पिच कैसे बनेगी, इन्वेस्टर डेक कैसे बनेगा, उसकी वेरियस रिस्क्स कैसे हम करेंगे, पूरी सेक्टोरल स्टडी कैसे होगी. वी डोंट हैव दैट कैपेसिटी. सो द डिस्कनेक्ट इज इन द सिस्टम, एंड दैट कैन बी आंसर्ड वंस वी आर एबल टू engage private sector more. For example, technology, IT के अंदर गवर्नमेंट का इन्वॉल्वमेंट बहुत कम है, and IT companies have done a fabulous job in a number of industries. So I think the way we are approaching this whole thing, हमें लगता है कि हम इन्वेस्टमेंट ले आएंगे और प्रोजेक्ट शो कर देंगे. We might be able to do some, but it can't be across the board.
I think that is exactly one of the core issues. And you rightfully talked about, आपने जब बात की कि किस तरह हमें ब्यूरोक्रेटिक अंदाज में भी रिफॉर्म्स चाहिए, हमें स्ट्रेटजी की कंटिन्यूटी भी चाहिए, एंड वी नीड टू आइडेंटिफाई हाउ वी नीड टू प्रेजेंट आवरसेल्व्स इन द बेस्ट पॉसिबल वे. I think जो बस सबसे important चीज़ जो है that is more about पाकिस्तान की branding. How and what needs to be changed in Pakistan branding? Because still the BBCs and CNN of the world present the worst part of us in front. What we need to do now, just to make sure again that our good part also goes out over there. We are थोड़े से internally focused हैं क्योंकि हमारे problems internal ज़्यादा हैं, but we will not be able to grow the way if Pakistan as a brand is not being put in the map of the world like every other competition countries that are doing at this point of time.
I think दो चीज़ें मेरा अपना व्यू ये है कि हम जो एग्जांपल देते हैं कि बहुत सारे कंट्रीज बड़े एड्स चलाते हैं CNN BBC से, उससे मुझे लगता है कि कोई ब्रांडिंग नहीं हो जाती. पीपल हु आर इन बिजनेस दे नो एग्जैक्टली कि कौन सा मुल्क सही चल रहा है कौन सा नहीं चल रहा. सो एक्शंस स्पीक लाउडर देन वर्ड्स. पहली बात. अच्छा, आई थिंक हमें दो चीज़ें जो आई थिंक जो देखनी होंगी. पहली चीज़ तो हमें जो हमने ऑलरेडी बात कर ली है पॉलिसी लेवल पे और रेगुलेटरी लेवल पे, हमारे रेगुलेटर्स में भी अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं है. रेगुलेटर्स के अंदर जो डिसीजन दिए जा रहे हैं, हु इज़ लुकिंग एट देम, व्हाट्स द अकाउंटेबिलिटी? बिकॉज रेगुलेटर्स रिपोर्ट करते हैं डिफरेंट मिनिस्ट्रीज़ को और वहाँ पर ना उनके पास वक्त है ना वो देख सकते हैं. हायरिंग प्रोसेस के अंदर बड़ी वीकनेसेस हैं हमारी. तो रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज़ को भी हमें आई थिंक सही करना पड़ेगा बिकॉज दैट विल हेल्प अस ब्रांड पाकिस्तान बेटर अलॉन्ग विथ पॉलिसी. तो ओवरऑल एक तो ये चीज़ें जो हमने पहले बात कर ली है. एक और चीज़ जो शायद हमें सोचनी चाहिए, अगर हम एग्जाम्पल्स देखें अराउंड द वर्ल्ड तो इंडिया फॉर एग्जाम्पल फोकस्ड, ये शाइनिंग इंडिया वाला ऐड कोई 30 साल पहले नहीं आया था या 25 साल पहले नहीं आता था जब लेट 90s में इंडियन IT कंपनीज ने Y2K पे काम शुरू किया था. उस वक्त नहीं आता था. यू आर फ्रॉम SAP सो यू वुड नो दैट. ये पिछले 5-10 साल में आता है. वंस दे हैव डिलीवर्ड समथिंग तो उन्होंने अपना एक मंत्रा रखा GIT. दे फोकस्ड ऑन दैट. अब गवर्नमेंट ने किया या प्राइवेट सेक्टर ने किया, आई डोंट नो, बट इट स्टार्टेड ओवर देयर. चाइना, उनका मंत्रा था जी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग. फिर चाइना वेंट इनटू सोलर एंड EVs व्हेन वर्ल्ड वाज नॉट रियली फोकस्ड ऑन दैट और वर्ल्ड वाज फोकस्ड नॉट एट दैट लेवल. सो कंट्रीज have to focus on a few things. They have to have a competitive advantage in that, and that's how they're able to attract the attention of the world. So we need to come up with not many, maybe 2, 1, 3 sectors in which we will ensure that we have a competitive advantage. And then our resources, our focus, all our efforts have to go into only those 2-3 sectors. और फिर वहाँ पर आपके पास जो इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगी, जो विजिबिलिटी आएगी वो होगी. इट कैन बी एट अ सेक्टोरल लेवल, इट कैन बी एट अ स्ट्रैटेजी लेवल, बट वी नीड टू बी वेरी क्लियर ऑन दैट एंड वी डिलीवर. देन वंस पीपल आर मेकिंग मनी दे विल कम.
I think rightfully pointed out, we need to identify which are our strengths and then brand it out over here. क्योंकि आपने हमसाया मुल्क की एग्जाम्पल दी in terms of IT. I think हमसाया मुल्क ने एक बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ की थी जब उन्होंने 1000 का नोट बंद कर दिया था. And that was a bold move on a political level when Modi सरकार decided that they are not going to do that one. हम ऐसी bold moves क्यों नहीं करते?
1000 का नोट तो डॉक्टर इशरत बैठे हुए हैं, आपको बेहतर जवाब देंगे. लेकिन बोल्ड मूव्स, आई थिंक इसकी भी कुछ वजूहत हैं. जब पॉलिटिकल गवर्नमेंट्स होती हैं तो उनके अपने कंस्ट्रेंट्स भी होते हैं. और सेकेंडली बोल्ड मूव्स के लिए देयर हैज़ टू बी अलाइनमेंट ऑल्सो, और एंड देयर हैज़ टू बी अलाइनमेंट बिटवीन all the stakeholders that this has to be done and this will be done. कुछ बोल्ड मूव्स आई थिंक हमने की हैं पास्ट में. हमने भी IPP से रीनेगोशिएशन किया, बड़ी बोल्ड मूव थी डिस्पाइट ऑल द क्रिटिसिज्म. बट तो बोल्ड मूव्स के लिए हमारी विद इन वेरियस स्टेक होल्डर जो डिसीजन मेकिंग है उसके अंदर आई थिंक वो अलाइनमेंट की ज़रूरत है. अब एवरीबडी हैज़ अ डिफरेंट माइंड, तो आई थिंक वो अलाइनमेंट हमारी नहीं हो पा रही है. आई थिंक बोल्ड मूव के लिए हमने सोचा भी नहीं है कि हमें बोल्ड मूव्स करनी है. बोल्ड मूव से पहले तो ये सोचना है ना आपने कि बोल्ड मूव करनी है. आप बोल्ड मूव करें, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन कर दें इकोनॉमी की, ये बोल्ड मूव होगी. आप IT कंपनीज को बुलाएं, पाकिस्तान में बहुत अच्छी IT कंपनीज हैं, दुनिया ने किया हुआ है. लेट्स स्टडी, लेट्स डू दिस बोल्ड मूव. आप बोल्ड मूव करें. दुनिया में IT में, टेक्नोलॉजी में आपको पता है बहुत स्कोप है इस वक्त. प्रॉब्लम सप्लाई साइड का है. आप 3 शहरों को कर दें जी IT सिटीज़, उसमें आप 20 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ बना दें. आप बोल्ड मूव करें. पाकिस्तान में इस माह को $4 बिलियन रेमिटेंसेज आई हैं ठीक है, I think countries which grow their industries, they need to retain people, but at the same time we need to export people. तो हमें अपने लोगों का स्किल लेवल ऊपर करना है. हमारे सामने 30 साल पहले जब हम मिडल ईस्ट जाते थे तो पाकिस्तानीज बहुत थे, काम करते थे, आज कम हो गए. बोल्ड मूव है कि जी नेफ्टेक है हमारे पास, टेफ्टाज हैं, आप स्किल लेवल सबका ऊपर करें. आप डिसाइड करें कि हर साल हम 6-7 लाख पाकिस्तानीज को बाहर भेजते हैं, अगले साल हम 3 साल बाद 15 लाख लोगों को भेजेंगे. एवरी पाकिस्तानी विच इज़ आउटसाइड, अगर आप एवरेज देखें, दे आर रेमिटिंग अराउंड $3,500 पर पर्सन. अगर आपने 10 लाख पाकिस्तानी हर साल भेजे तो आपके पास $3.5 बिलियन की रेमिटेंस बढ़ जाएगी. 3 साल बाद $10 बिलियन की रेमिटेंस आएगी. इट्स अ बोल्ड मूव. सो आई थिंक बोल्ड मूव करने से पहले ये फैसला करना है कि we need to do bold moves, and I think that thinking has to be there.
Thank you very much, sir. I think that's what I love about this chat. It was candid, it was honest, it was identifying what are the issues that we have. Which is still lacking, sir, is the execution. We need to have one more person or 2 person on this panel as well who should be owning the issues that we identify and saying what should be the execution. हम सब चीज़ें एक साथ दुरुस्त नहीं कर पाएंगे, लेकिन अगर हम पहली top 3 problems को आइडेंटिफाई, हमने ना आइडेंटिफाई बहुत ज़्यादा कर लिया है. We are able to identify the issues. It's more about how we do the execution. And thank you very much, sir. I have done panels before, but the way you came up with the clarity of thought and the honesty of the answers, I really appreciate that one as well. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, thank you both for a fascinating conversation. Please. Really interesting. I mean, the topics you're talking about are universal, obviously, but the Pakistan context, absolutely fascinating. The question of should governments be running businesses, I like the analogy where you talked about how it's akin to a child having parents that change every 5 years. That's kind of an interesting analogy. And I know you talked about the situation in the UK and other models. Having grown up in the UK where this debate has been going on ever since Margaret Thatcher, I can also tell you that British Rail, British Steel and British Water are not good examples to follow up on. Minister, if I could invite you back onto the stage just for a moment, please. I know that you have to leave, unfortunately, so we would like to offer a token of appreciation to you before you go, and a quick photograph. Please come back. Could I also impose upon our other guest of honor, our special guest who's just arrived this morning, to present that token of appreciation. Whoops, excuse me. To our guest. Justice Aisha Malik has joined us this morning, and she will be speaking on the stage. But before you do that, please help us with this ceremonial duty, if you would. I very much appreciate that. Saqib, could you also join us on the stage, please? Where is he? He's already here. There he is, of course. Round of applause, please, for the Minister and for the Justice, who will join us again in a moment for a conversation of her own. But before that, we're going to have another conversation, another one-on-one, which will be equally fascinating, talking about navigating the unknown in a slightly different context. The moderator of our next 2 conversations will be Musharraf Zaidi, the founder of Tabadlav. Please, Musharraf, where are you? There he is. Join us on the stage. Thank you very much, sir. And his first guest in conversation today will be General Zubair Mahmood Hayat, the Chairman and Joint Chiefs of Staff Committee. Sir, thank you very much.
Rahim. I was reflecting on the incredible success of this venture that Asfar has led for so many years, and I was thinking about why it's so deeply connected to the man sitting to my left, the Honorable General Zubair Mahmood Hayat, former Chief of our Joint Staff, former Chief of General Staff, and I was trying to figure out what the significance is. And the significance is that many, many years ago, when before the first Leaders in Islamabad Summit, we weren't able to do events like this. And the reason we weren't able to do events like this is because there was a full-scale war on the people of Pakistan, where bombs were exploding in our markets, our schools, our madrasas, our mosques, our churches, our gurdwaras, right across the country. And one of the people that brought together the entire way that the military and security establishment in Pakistan thinks about national security, the convergence between technology, the use of technology by Pakistan's enemies, and the way in which Pakistan needs to defend itself, was in fact General Zubair. And so I just want to acknowledge that we're able to do events like this in Islamabad, in Multan, in Karachi, in Faisalabad, in Lahore, in Peshawar today, even though that war still continues in some way, for one reason, and that is the sacrifices of our soldiers and our policemen and our intelligence officers and our airmen and our seamen. And those sacrifices are enabled through the strategic thinking of generals and philosophers and warriors like General Zubair. So I just wanted to ask this august audience to acknowledge this incredible sacrifice and contribution to our country by applauding and recognizing that contribution. Of course, I see Air Chief Marshal Suhail Aman here, and I know that there's many other people from the armed forces. I want to use that as a pivot, General Saab, and just dive right into the conversation. We have, for a long time, including myself, we've been interested in this divide between civilian and military. I had originally planned a different question, but as you know, I never stick to the script. So I wanted to maybe begin the conversation by asking you, what role is there for ordinary civilians who are not part of the military, not part of the government, in continuing to secure and defend any country, but in particular this country?
Thank you very much, Musharraf. I think you've been more than generous in introducing me. I think it's basically a collective national effort that Pakistan has put in, and Pakistan has succeeded in many ways, especially with respect to what you were saying, while challenges still remain and we still need to gather. To me, the question that you ask about the civil military is basically an artificial question. And I've get this question posed to me a number of times by a number of people. I always tell them we are one nation. I am a military officer. My elder brother is a doctor, PhD in civil engineering. So how could it be that he is a different person and I am a different person? We belong to the same father, we came up in the same family. The bigger debate here is that if any nation has to go forward, then it has to believe in two things. It has to believe in institutions and it has to believe in processes. And you have to minus personalities. And once you believe in institutions, then this is a collective decision-making processes. This is not one man, there's no one Badshah sits there who will be able to control. And if you have the right processes, then you will get the right inputs. And if you get these two things right, the whole question of civil military will evaporate. That's
I think one of the challenges, General Saab, is that you're right, it's an artificial question. Certainly for me, I don't think the military gets to do what it needs to do without civilians. I think these things are intertwined. But I guess where we see all around the world well-established institutions, well-established processes, we are still seeing those countries fall to the allure and the attraction of not institutions, but the other thing. I don't, you know, I want to deliberately not take any names, whether at home or abroad, but there is this growing appeal of people wanting to connect, you know, deeply with the people that are in charge. And absent that connection, the people that are in charge really struggle to run things. And so whether it's the changes in Europe over the last 5 or 10 years, or the big changes in the United States of America, frankly, a big change over the last 15 years in our neighborhood, all around our neighborhood except for Iran, how do we then think about securing the homeland, but more importantly, progressing when the trends across the world are anti-institution, they're pro-person, and they're pro-populism, if you will?
I think we come now to the core subject. You see, what's happening all around is taking you to the direction of the unknown. And that's why today's topic of navigating the unknown. Why is it the unknown? You gave certain factors. I think we are at a tipping point in humanity. There has never been a more decisive tipping point in humanity. Why I say that is because the Homo sapiens as an intelligent species have never been challenged. For the first time, you are challenging the intelligence of Homo sapiens. And that is creating an environment where you are leading into a new world, whereas the old world you had created and lived with in an evolutionary process for 6,000 years. All the recorded history. And here you come to a point where everything that you knew stood for. You stood for multilateralism. It's dead. You stood for international institutions. They are no longer functioning. You stood for rule of law. I mean, you can see the global trend in the rule of law. It doesn't exist. So every pillar of human society has collapsed. And once you have a situation where this is no longer a transition, it is a sudden push. And in this sudden push, you have to now come up and understand the new world. And we will discuss more about it, because we will talk about forging the future. But before you forge the future, you have to close the past.
I think, and in order to close the past, we also have to understand where we are. You very rightly explained how there's this great flux. And this reminds me of the first time I met you and the first time I heard you speak at the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore, where when I got on the plane to go there, I was feeling a little bit depressed, wondering whether Pakistan was going to be able to put up a good show, because oftentimes at these conferences, another country, I won't name the country, but a country in the neighborhood goes and it really, that was the era when it really began flexing its muscles. And of course, when I heard you speak, and you spoke in many ways in the same vein as you are today about the changes that are taking place, I want to just not challenge you, because I dare not, but I do want you to maybe explain a bit further. In all these changes, it seems like countries that have strength, and in particular economic strength, essentially they are the ones that are running roughshod over all these established truths and institutions and rules of the game. How should a weaker country, economically at least, feel about that? I don't want to use the word fear, but there is, I think, legitimate anxiety that people in smaller countries would have when they see all these bigger countries going ahead and doing whatever they want. Whether it's, I'll name a few countries, right? Whether it's Russia with respect to Ukraine, whether it's the United States with respect to the whole world, whether it's India with respect to its continued occupation of Kashmir, and of course, whether it's Israel, and its continued genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. So I think the lesson, the fear that I have is that the lesson people are going to take from this is let's also get strong so we can also repeat this behavior. Is that a fear that is legitimate?
I think it is how you look at the world which is emerging. If you first of all define for yourself that the old world does not exist, therefore all these fears belong to the old world. The new world, the old world was defined by certain sets of rules of the nation states, 1648, Treaty of Westphalia, and move forward. And then it got developed in the last 1 century into a military-industrial complex, which was then driving these national states. I think we are moving beyond. That state control of human evolution or societal evolution or cultural evolution no longer exists. Now you are getting into a world where you have a techno-industrial revolution or a techno-industrial world order. And we have to understand what is the difference between a military-industrial world order and a techno-industrial world order. In a military-industrial world order, you had basically the state, which was basically a principal stakeholder, and at least was laying parameters for that. That has shifted. Now you have these technical experts like XYZ, don't want to name, and they are driving. They are not participating in the government. They are driving the government. And they are driving the industry. And therefore this entire construct, the way it was fundamentally architectured, that has collapsed. And they are now creating new worlds of which we sit in awe. And therefore, if this is the new world order, a techno-industrial new order, then I think our opportunities arise from them. And in that, Musharraf, I think the key question that I like to leave behind is, it's not the numbers that is going to matter. It's not the size of the economy. It's not the size of the country. I'll quote you a general who looks after the United States Aerospace Command. He says that a small country, and he gives the example of New Zealand, and New Zealand is a country of about 6 to 7 million people. He said a small country like New Zealand will have the power, if it so desires, to alter the balance of power in the world. Now, if a small country can do it, why? Because there will be few people required who will be able to lead this change. Because you don't require CEOs. You don't require traditional leaders. You require meta leaders. Meta leaders who will be able to, connect the disciplinary aspects of the spectrum. And they'll be able to operate in ambiguity, in uncertainty, in paradox.
I think that leads to again, an anxiety that, as I always do with you, I bring you problems that I'm facing, and I try to, ask you to help me think about them. And now we have an opportunity to do it with so many friends. I look at Elon Musk and his behavior over the last year and a half. It's been different. Once upon a time, I was so excited. I read Ashley Vance's biography of Elon Musk. I was so impressed with him. I bought 20 copies and I started distributing them to friends and people that were interested in reading. And then I've watched over the last year him adopting at least a quasi-racist tone. He has deliberately targeted Pakistanis living in the UK. It's a very deliberate thing that he's been doing. He's certainly been part of some worrying things that he's enacting in the United States in terms of narratives about race and getting along. He has supported the worst people, at least from this distance, in South Africa, and prompted the US government to do the same. But at the same time, if you ask me, do I want Starlink? Hell yes, I want a connection today. If you ask me, would I like to drive a Tesla? I will ask Asfar to buy me one day. But yes, I definitely want a Tesla. If you ask me, what do I want most in terms of a vision for this country? I'd like 4 or 5 launching sites in Pakistan. One in Balochistan, one in Sindh, one in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, one in the Punjab for SpaceX exploration missions. So I'm worried about what this techno-industrialist leader, I think the kind that you're describing, I'm worried about his ideas, I'm worried about his ideology, I'm worried about whether he dislikes me because of the color of my skin or the direction I pray in. But I'm excited about the things that he's brought to the world and the innovation that he's created. How do we reconcile this, I guess maybe the fear and the anxiety of not having that strength on the one hand, and the excitement of wanting to engage with it and learn from it and benefit from it? For a country like Pakistan, I think that's a major dilemma that we face, not just at the personal level, but I think maybe also at the collective level?
That's a good question. You see, I currently find two examples in front of me. One is an individual driven, like you said, Elon Musk. But name me a compatible person of Elon Musk in China. You want to drive Tesla, I can tell you BYD will beat Tesla maybe 10 times over. But you don't have an Elon Musk to do that Tesla in China. And therefore, when I talk about this techno-industrial world, it's not to me driven by individuals per se. It is driven by a technological evolution that has taken place, where either some individuals or a system in itself will combine together to create effects. And I think there Pakistan has a leverage. And I want to make that point here. You see, I've always believed Pakistan has been a middle power. It is a middle power. Pakistan has been a country of significance. It is a country of significance. It's the fourth largest English-speaking country in the world. And all that AI will require is a command. And if you can give a command in any language, especially in English, it will be able to function better. Secondly, it is one of the most intelligent nations. The best part of artificial intelligence is you have to ask the best question. And believe me, you have to go to Raja Bazaar to find out how good a question Pakistanis can ask. They are masters at it. So in this new techno world, you require a very small set of people, meta leaders, who will be able to lead. So if India, let's say, and we made that point sometime ago, 25 years ago, 35 years ago, Manmohan Singh made that point, went into an IT domain. We lost that track. But we should not lose the AI track now. The AI track is going to supersede this IT track because it will not be dependent upon human coding. Things will become automatically coded. And you have that capability here, provided you do three things. Provided you create AI labs. That's very important. And I think if they had created IT universities, you need to create AI labs. For that, you will need to create more of data centers. Pakistan today only possesses 36 data centers. India possesses more than 150 data centers. China possesses more than 500 data centers. The United States possesses more than 5,000 data centers. So if you need an architecture, you will require its base. You require that. Then you require within your processes, whether it is judicial process, whether it is governance process, whether it is corporate process, strategic foresight units. I mean, you can't do business as usual. This is not going to be hierarchical. It is not going to be systematic. It's not going to be steel and powder. It's not going to be traditional leadership. You require strategic foresight units that will be built in. And for that, you will require your own data sovereignty. And that is a subject that I've been now talking about, because data has reached, is the biggest strategic asset that you have. And if you have to forge forward, who controls the data? And if you control the data, then how much data do you control? I mean, the world is now reaching a level, Musharraf, where organic data is basically evaporating. It is reaching a saturation point. You are now going into a realm where synthetic data is being produced. Because if there is chemistry, chemistry had X amount of elements. But artificial intelligence will tell you, you can go beyond those elements. And that for that you will require synthetic data. So when we now talk about this new techno-industrial world, you will require new data, you will require new ways to explore that data. And I think we can do wonders there.
I think this is genuinely, I hope the audience also appreciates how insightful this is, but I think it's also very ambitious. I mean, my immediate sort of reaction is when I think, okay, so, we need to do three things. We need AI labs, we need data centers, and we need data sovereignty that can, then utilizing that sovereignty, we have strategic foresight sort of generation capacity. in order to do any of these, General Sahab, it feels like we may be lacking the adequate quantum of human capital that we need. And here I'm going back to my basics, as you know, on basic education, literacy, school enrollment, maternal and neonatal health, nutrition. Those are kind of some of the fundamentals. And for that, I think maybe the existing quantum of human capital might not be adequate to be able to fulfill the needs of what Pakistan must do in order to kind of leapfrog and remain a competitive and credible and I think challenging middle power for the region and for the world. Is that too pessimistic? Am I looking at the wrong data here? Because clearly there are big problems in education, as we all know. But maybe I'm not thinking about this in the right way.
You see, the challenge that you have spoken about is cognitive in nature, and it is how you train your manpower in mental growth and mental resilience. When you have this power where you don't have tools but you have agents, this entire education system that you possess today, which is Oxford based, which is Cambridge based, which is basically work oriented, is basically legacy. You don't need to work to understand. You just give a click or give a command and everything that you want to know ever in your life is there on the press of a button. And therefore, I'll give you an example, Musharraf. We had a problem, and Air Chief Marshal is sitting here, we had a problem with F-16s. And we got to go back to the Americans and ask for their help. The amount of money that they were asking, for the amount of time that they were asking, it was phenomenal. When we gave the same problem to our own people, it costed 1% of what it would have costed to others. And these guys, they had not gone through any sophisticated trainings in some Harvard and some Cambridge and some West. They were basically trained, young people. And it's my life understanding that when you give a challenge to our guys, give him responsibility, give him authority, and give him some space, they will be able to deliver. And in the future world, you see, when I talked about this old world, which was military industrial complex having finished, and industrial, this techno-industrial taking place, this techno-industrial will also not last very long. Its life shelf is going to be anything between 25 years plus. That's it. Then you are going to go into an intelligence age, a fully intelligence age. So we are in a transition. Elon Musk is a transitional phenomena. He is not the permanent phenomena. Such individuals will fade away because individuals will fade away. And these systems that will come into play, which you have to get interfaced with, they will amplify you. They will actually exemplify your thought processes. And you will have not one agents, but you will have many agents simultaneously working for you. And there, I believe, we have the ability to work.
General Sahab, I have to say I'm blown away because the title of the conference is Navigating the Unknown. And I think, at least for me, I've been listening. I usually don't listen as carefully as I've listened to you. And part of the reason that I'm struck by it is it leaves a lot for us to think about. It certainly triggers and forces one to reimagine how they think about the world. So I must thank you. But since we still live in the age of the individual for now, I'm glad that we have individuals like you to help us navigate the unknown and to forge, a future that we're more confident in. I'd like to request the audience to give a warm round of applause of thanks to General Zubair, and with that, wrap up this fascinating and fantastic conversation. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you very much, Mr.
General Zubair, thank you very much indeed. It was a fascinating conversation, a very in-depth conversation. And please, take a seat again. Musharraf will stay here.
Yes, I will.
because there is another fascinating conversation coming right up. You've already seen our next guest. Justice Aisha Malik is the judge of the Supreme Court of Pakistan, and she is joining us today. Please show your appreciation for the justice and for Musharraf for round two. I hope you've got plenty left in the tank for this conversation.
Thank you to the audience. Thanks once again to General Zubair. And thank you, Justice Aisha Malik, for being here. I've met a lot of retired judges, and I'm very informal, generally speaking, even with generals. But I've never quite had the opportunity to do this kind of a thing with a sitting judge. So I have to say, starting off, I'm very scared and very intimidated. Of course, we all should be, because it is a remarkable and incredible thing to witness and to be with the first female Supreme Court justice in our country's history. I really think this is an incredible moment for me to have a chance to talk to you. I think in 2022, when you were elevated to the Supreme Court, I think many people in this room, I know women, but also men, dads, brothers, sons, and of course daughters, wives, sisters. The whole country, I think, could see that the last frontier almost of leadership in this country, and this is the Leaders in Islamabad Summit, the last frontier of leadership in terms of a gender wall really was the superior judiciary. And you've broken that down, inshallah, for hundreds and thousands of and millions of young girls and women and brilliant lawyers. So I'm very excited. Justice Saiba, I even am not sure whether it should be Justice Saiba or Madam Justice. Maybe you can clarify that. But I want to start off with kind of how we got here and how you got here, if you don't mind, because I think your personal life story and your journey to becoming a judge, from being a superstar lawyer and one that was very, very good at the stuff that you guys all do, which is running corporate organizations, raising money, spending money, making money. You know, the justice used to be a very, very, like I said, superstar lawyer. And then the transition to the Lahore High Court, and almost a decade there, and now the last 3 years at the Supreme Court. If you don't mind, I want to stop talking, and I just want to hear in your words what that journey's been like, where you started, what the key sort of highlights were for you.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Thank you for the introduction. And Assalamu alaikum. I'm feeling a little out of sorts with so many people with a lot of knowledge here. So, and I don't know the context, but anyway, to answer your question. Law has always been something I've been very passionate about from way back when. And I've always seen myself as somehow being involved with law. As I grew older, law became something that would give me a voice for those who were marginalized and those who needed a voice. I joined a corporate law firm, but my primary area of focus was litigation, in which I did a lot of corporate work, but I also focused on just getting relief for, like I said, people who found it difficult to find their voice in the system. Ultimately, in 2012, I was asked to become a judge of the Lahore High Court. And at that time, the Chief Justice, Justice Azmat Said, as he was then, he made a very interesting statement. He said, you know, we need someone like you to come and rattle this male cage and tell us what we're doing wrong. And that's what got me thinking, that what does this mean and what does he expect me to do? So I ultimately did agree, and it took some persuasion, but I did agree, and I became a judge of the Lahore High Court. A lot of resistance, a lot of surprising resistance. Not only, I think, the gender played a part, but also because I am the unknown. I am the unknown because my gender is not seen on the bench, it's not seen in the courtroom, it's not seen everywhere where decisions are being made. So when you have to deal with an unknown, it scares people. And because it scared them, they weren't sure, you know, to be, who is she? Where is she from? इसकी बरादरी क्या है? इसका लंगोटिया यार कौन है? ये किधर बड़ी हुई है? इसके साथ connections कौन? They didn't know me. I was the unknown. And that unknown is, I think, what saved me. Because as I progressed through my judicial career, a lot of challenges with a lot of opportunities, but I think the resistance slowly evolved into people accepting me. And probably my biggest, I think, what I won't call it success, but the biggest achievement that I feel is that I created space for myself. Space in a totally male-dominated world. And I think for many of the men sitting here, you cannot really relate to what I'm saying, because you don't have to fight for your space. But as a woman, when you're in the courtroom and you're the only woman there, you do have to fight for your space. You have to fight for attention. You have to fight for acknowledgement. You have to fight for someone to pay attention to you, and most important, for respect. And I often tell people that, that you know, when I go somewhere in my car and I would get out of the car, I would be asked, Judge Saab nahi aaye? Judge Saab kidhar hai? So people couldn't associate the gender with the judge. But as the journey progressed, it became better. My space sort of started taking ground. And a very senior and seasoned lawyer of Pakistan once gave me a very good compliment in court and said, Madam, you're the best male lawyer that we have, judge that we have on the bench. And I took it as a compliment, not because I thought, you know, he's equating me with a man, but what he meant was that I had all the fundamentals and that the system was ready to accept me. So the journey continued, good challenges, good opportunities, and then came the moment of the Supreme Court, and once again, a rocky road to the Supreme Court. Once again, the challenge of acceptability coming around. It took 6 months for my decision to go through, and I haven't looked back since.
No, you haven't at all. I think when you said that, and of course, being a sitting judge, I think all of us respect and understand that you must speak in a circumspect manner, but I don't have that constraint, so you'll forgive me for the informality. I mean, it seems like, you know, the fact that you said you were an unknown and that saved you, it didn't just save you, I think it saved a lot of women from a lot of indignity, because some of the things that you did as a judge were very, very forthright and direct. The virginity test case, and that's not just one, there's several such cases where you brought things into the public domain at the high court level that people could not have imagined that would be discussed in the way that they were during the trial, during the conversation, and then your own judgment and how clear it was. Did you do that deliberately? Was there a specific intent in your mind that, hey, these guys don't know what's about to hit them, they don't know me, which is great, now I'm going to go out and really change stuff? Or was it more of an evolution? How much planning was there in some of the bolder things that you did?
There's no planning at all. It's evolving. A case is a case. You look at the case. I'm highly motivated by challenging questions of law. So you look at those questions, and this particular case, the two-finger test, it's really during the hearing and what I was being told by the system and by the petitioners with reference to the test that really got me thinking that what's missing. And so that's one of the things that I talk about, is that what we are missing is a narrative, a gender perspective. So when you're missing a gender perspective, when you're missing a gender narrative, you are making laws and policies and requiring women to conform to something without really hearing their voices, without really thinking about what their needs are, what their lived experiences are. The two-finger test is precisely that. Without understanding women, you're conducting a virginity test and relying on that for determining whether a woman has been raped or not. So my gender played a major role in that. And with that came the rude awakening to realize that we've become so numb to these sensitivities that even the women in the system were relying on a two-finger test and didn't really know why they were relying on it. So today, I believe I stand for, and I talk about a gender perspective, a gender narrative. if you are not going to include the voices and the stories of the women in your lawmaking, in your policy making, if you're not going to go back to the women to see how these matters impact them, you're not going to do justice to them either, because you're really doing something which you're telling them to conform to. It's not participation, it's not engaging, and you'll never get compliance because there is a big gap.
I think I'd like to just explore this a bit further, this theme of kind of narratives of change. I mean, one thing that's very clear from the discussions, even this morning, is that, you know, we have a lot to be grateful for in this country and a lot to look forward to, I think, in terms of the opportunities General Zubair was talking about. But it's also true that Pakistan is not really solving a lot of problems that many countries with similar or even worse starting points and challenges have been able to solve. And it seems to me that, you know, this is a great example of where there was an archaic, almost medieval way of doing something. Nobody thought to challenge it precisely because that narrative and that representation was missing. And then it was not missing and it got solved. But I guess my counter challenge to you, and again, I say this with great fear of a sitting judge of the Supreme Court, but my counter challenge to you using this platform and this forum and your grace is, do we have to wait for an Aisha Malik in every single vertical? Or is there something else that we could do to forge narratives of change? How do we go from things that aren't moving, problems that aren't being solved, to evolving them? Because I feel like almost if we have to rely on Justice Aisha Malik or equivalents, A, there aren't that many, maybe there are no equivalents, and B, that's very random. The system is not responsible for producing you. This is the grace of God, you know, a little bit of good luck. So I think all of us would want something more certain than just luck to define the future.
So it's a good question because it gives everybody the opportunity to introspect and see what their role is. I work in the judiciary, and that's really seen as a last resort where anything happens. So you go to the judiciary as a last resort when you're unable to resolve your dispute. So that's one narrative that needs to be understood and that needs to be built. We are the opposite. We are the first place that someone will go where there's a dispute. And things which are administrative, which are really not dispute-worthy, come into the court for a reason, and that reason has to be understood. So from, you know, what marks someone should get in an exam, to a billing dispute, to pension, to pay, to allowance, to land dispute, everything comes to court. We litigate on everything. So for me, the fundamental question is that why do we litigate so much? And my years of 13 years on the bench suggest that we litigate, or the people litigate a lot because, one, there's a trust deficit where enforcement, execution is concerned. Secondly, the service that is provided by governance. I look at governance as service providing. The service that is provided, it's not facilitative. It's just there. And it takes time, it's time consuming, and again, it's not in sync with the narrative. It's not in sync with the needs of the people. It's not in sync with the real issues. So if a person comes to court to say, it's been 1 year, I've retired, and my pension is not being paid, I mean, you think, what do you mean pension is not being paid? Why is it so difficult? When you call the system and say, why aren't you paying the pension, you find out that the reasons are very trivial. Now, those trivial reasons can be addressed in-house. Those trivial reasons can be addressed very quickly. They don't need to come to court. And the same goes with, you know, the smaller aspects. Courts are there as a last resort to resolve disputes where you can't resolve the dispute in any manner. However, we've sort of become the first stop that everybody wants to come to in the hope that they will resolve all and any disputes. And what happens is you burden the system, you burden the court, and there's too much reliance on the judiciary, which is not really required.
I think this is a brilliant point. You know, the litigiousness that we associate with this society, you very, I think, brilliantly laid out that it's not necessarily that society and the people are litigious in nature. It's that their interaction with the system, one, has a trust deficit, as you explained, and second, people that should be getting things automatically or with ease are having to really struggle to get them. And so obviously that creates friction and that generates these caseloads. Now, some of these caseloads, I've looked at the numbers. I mean, they were insane after the lawyers' movement, and there was some promise that that would generate relief. And you know, we've had a few chief justices that have focused on this. There's been some progress, to be fair, but frankly, if you look at the numbers even today, the caseloads, they're not manageable. I would even go so far as to maybe ask you, Justice Saiba, even with the miracle of God and solving the caseload down to zero tomorrow, you still would be facing a society that is constantly generating the same caseload. So what are the things, I know you've done a lot of work on arbitration, but maybe talk to us a little bit about dispute resolution and arbitration as tools, because the obvious one is, of course, public sector reform, administrative reform, greater fiscal discipline, more money on services. We all know those, and I think everybody agrees, but specifically on arbitration and dispute resolution, are those spaces that can help us address the litigiousness that we've kind of artificially almost adopted in our culture?
Absolutely. Arbitration, mediation, ADR, dispute resolution. This is an absolute must, particularly if you want to encourage investment, you want to encourage business, because going to court means time, and any dispute will take time, and there's a whole process of appeal, and then, you know, so on. So that takes a lot of time, and time is money, and so if your money is going to be stuck up for so long, that may not be conducive to good business. So arbitration or dispute resolution is important. But we have to remember there are two types of disputes. There are disputes between private parties, that's one aspect, and then there are disputes of people with different departments of the government. Now that's the dispute part that really needs attention. Complaint redressal cells within departments are important, and there are some, particularly in the Punjab. But again, they work slowly. So if someone has applied for a job, has not gotten the job, opts to go to the complaint redressal cell in 2015, by the time that dispute is decided, it's 2019. By the time it comes into my court, it's 2025. 10 years down the line, the policy has changed, the requirements have changed. What do you do with that dispute? So timely resolution of any dispute is very important. And when you do old cases today, you see how frustrating it must be for the litigant who came to court with a dispute of, you know, monetary value, say 1,000, 2,000 rupees, which back in the day was a lot of money, but today is worth nothing. So timely resolution is important, and I think more efficiency. We have to be more efficient in the way we give out service. At the moment, I think this service building narrative is missing. We don't see it as a service, we see it as something we have to do. And for me, if you're not providing people, if you're not engaging with people, if you're not facilitating them, you're not going to get a positive response from them. So systems can't be built just by wishing them to be built. Systems are built when the people for whom you build them have faith in that system. And you have to build narratives for that faith to be there and for the system to work.
Earlier, you might have noticed that the Minister for Privatization was on the stage, and you know, he did something that a lot of us do, you know, when it comes to issues of the economy. He perhaps rightly, he complained about the courts, you know, needing to be quicker and be more effective. I think this dynamic is really, it's an overhang in these conversations, right? It's clear that there need to be reforms and public sector changes, improved governance, better performance in terms of getting to the problem and solving it before it comes to the courts. But talk to us a little bit about perhaps the discussions within the court, whether the High Court or the Supreme Court, about what avenues senior judges in the country see for doing whatever it is that they can do to kind of ease the pain and mitigate against, you know, I think a generic frustration with the system, and that of course includes the judiciary.
I think I'll give two answers. There's a lot of discussion within the judiciary for reform, and a lot of discussion on seeing how to do case management, time management, and disposal of cases. That's one aspect of it. The second, there is a lot of engagement also with the government through the Advocate General or the Attorney General's office to see how to deal with issues that are pertinent and relevant for the government. There is the use of technology, even discussions on AI. That's all being done. But again, at the end of the day, the issues of the judiciary should be resolved by the judiciary. The issues of governance should be resolved by the government. If I'm going to keep blaming the government and saying it's because they're not doing their job that I get the caseload, and they keep blaming me that it's because I'm not doing my job, then we're in a loop. And that loop is not going to help anybody. At the end of the day, I repeat, what I say, we have to build new narratives. We have to build narratives that engage with the people and are the narratives of the lived experiences of people. It's easy to say we should do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and not actually do them. And I give an example. We litigate a lot on taxation. And taxation is a subject that's in the court a lot. Now you have to try and understand why are we litigating on taxation. The way I see it, and I've done a lot of work in taxation, is that there's no buy-in to the system. The taxpayer doesn't really understand, appreciate, or want to pay the tax. And the system wants to extract the tax. And it's always seen as an extraction, and forceful and unfair extraction. And the reason is because a narrative has never been built of this partnership between the state and the citizen, where the citizen has to pay the tax, the state has to take the tax money, because what's missing is, where's that money going? What's the accountability of that money? Where's the governance? I don't see it. And so every taxpayer comes to say this is unfair. Then there seems to be a disbalance in who's being taxed and who's not being taxed. And again, it requires better understanding. You cannot expect every person and any ordinary person to just appreciate the decisions that are being taken somewhere in some room which have no connection with them. So salaried people will always have the same argument that because we are salaried and it's easy to extract money from us, we become the first point where you extract it. People who have wealth and property will say this seems to be an easy place. So at the end of the day, what does that conversation break down into? That money is being extracted from where it's easily extracted, and anyone who has that kind of money, you can extract it from them in the form of tax. For me, the question is that why isn't there a buy-in to the system? Why isn't the system creating a narrative which makes people understand? And narratives are not built overnight. Narratives takes time. It takes decades to build narratives. I don't think we've really built a narrative. And just the other day in a case, while hearing the FBI, I was telling them that, this is not like a bounty hunt that you're on. You're not looking for people that I'll take money from here, take money from there. This is an obligation on that person. You have to give them space to understand their obligation, to litigate it, to give closure to the decision, and to pay the tax. But when you start going into this extraction mode, you don't get the buy-in. And on literature, on taxation, you will see everywhere, it talks a lot about the relationship between the taxpayer and the government, where you have to build a strong bond where it's understood what's happening with the money, and the taxpayer doesn't agitate on everything.
Madam Justice, I have to say I'm struck by the way in which you've explained things, and your manner is perfectly judicial and judicious in the way that perhaps I haven't heard before in a couple of these instances. We have very little time left, and I've already been warned. This clock actually that you see, that the audience doesn't see, is actually -5. But I did promise the organizers that I think this privilege that I've enjoyed, I'd like to have maybe 3 questions or comments from the audience. But whether it's a question or a comment, just one pre-warning. There are many issues that animate and agitate our imagination related to the judiciary. That's not what we're here to discuss today. So, of course, when you are receiving the mic, please be mindful of both time and the dignity and standing of the office that Justice Aisha Malik represents. I'm grateful in advance. I have the first question from my brother over there who's standing up. I'd like to see a female participant pose a question to the judge if it's possible. But I'll quickly take you as the first question. 1.5 sentence comment or question with your introduction as well.
This is Mohammed Anas Khan. What an absolute pleasure asking this question from Justice Aisha. Very simple question. What are the top 3 suggestions that you think that, in terms of reforms, what are the top 3 reforms our judiciary system needs? This is a very simple question.
Excellent. Before you answer the question, I want to take on 2 more questions. Why don't you answer that question?
So I think the top issues that are being worked on are case management, are digitalization so that we become more technology based, and the third is also to make the system more rule based, so that there are rules within that the judiciary follows within its own internal practices. These are the 3 things that currently are being worked on and are also important.
Excellent. We'll take the second question here, sir. Someone turn on the mic, please.
And I work in tech. Thank you for a wonderful interview from both of you. It was fantastic. My name is Brendan McKittrick. I was born in Ireland. I hold a POC for Pakistan, very proudly, thanks to my wife from Karachi. I hope to hold a passport one day. Now, at the moment, a man can get a passport for his wife, but a woman can't get a passport for her husband. So I hope if it comes to your desk one day, maybe you can see that fit.
I got to say, I did not see that one coming, but let's give this man a round of applause. And madam, this is now, our fandom of you is now hinging on a solution to this problem, inshallah, as well, because our sisters, mothers, daughters, wives should have the same privileges as us men do. The third question, I apologize for ignoring this side of the room, but Khurram Rahat Bhai had his hand up. Is there a lady as well? Fantastic. So we'll take the lady first, and Khurram Bhai, you can wrap it up. You'll get the bonus question. Ma'am, your question, please. Let's get a mic to the honorable guest.
Assalamualaikum. Am I audible?
Oh, where's that?
Here.
Oh, are you asking a question?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Assalamualaikum, Justice Aisha. First of all, I'm extremely proud to actually see you on stage today, being a woman myself. So it gives me immense pleasure and delight. I once went to a lower court in Lahore. So my question is that the environment over there, I kind of felt the most unsafe that I have ever felt, I guess, in my entire life in Pakistan. The people over there, even the lawyers, everything. So just the general environment. Being a female, I felt so uncomfortable. And of course, being a female, if ever I get into something legal, I would want to go to the court and, fight for my case and be there and discuss it with a lawyer. You are actually, at the apex court now, and being a female, can you please do something to make sure that the environment, in the courts are a little female, so that if we ever have to go to a court, feel safe and there's a professional environment that, we can deal in. Thank you very much.
That's an excellent question. And I can tell you in the discussion with Justice Saiba yesterday, I had said maybe I should open with the question, Madam, as a Supreme Court Justice, how much control do you have over district and sessions courts across the country? I'll let the Justice answer the question herself.
So, point noted, and it's a common feeling for many people, not just women, even for men, even for young children. It's not the best of environments. It is a tough and very harsh environment. But then courts are not supposed to be a place where you go and feel nice and cozy and welcomed. Nonetheless, we are working on it. This is, there's a lot of training on gender sensitization, on improving conditions. But I think, like I said, the primary focus has to be on understanding what the needs are, which requires a gender narrative. On my part, we have conversations with women judges. We work with all judges to explain to them how to be more gender sensitive, how to understand, particularly in family cases, the issues. So yes, we are working on it, and it's a structural requirement as well as a training requirement, as well as an awareness requirement, as well as a mindset requirement. So mindset is a big challenge. We have to get people to change the way they think in order to give you the kind of environment you want, but work in progress.
I'll also just quickly add, for the benefit of the questioner, that A, it was a brave and courageous question. B, we cannot put all of these things on the shoulders of the one, sort of first female Chief Justice. And as a man, and as many men in the room, I think this is something we have to introspect on and internalize and normalize in our own thinking. So I as a man, as a Pakistani man, I'm ashamed of the fact that, Pakistani women feel the way they do in those spaces or in any spaces, and we have to do a lot better. Final question to you, Khurram Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum ji, and thanks for giving me this opportunity. Justice Sahiba, my question relates to today's topic, navigating the unknown. A lot of time when whatever we hear about judiciary and cases, there's always reference to the past precedences in the legal fraternity. So would like to hear from you of an instance or how where you have come across a case where there wasn't a past reference, so you were kind of navigating in the unknown, and how did you address that in terms of giving your judgment?
So thank you, that's a very nice question. There are many cases, and like I said, a good legal challenge is something that motivates me and encourages me to continue doing what I do. So while in the, I have many cases to reference, but I'll give one particular one. While in the Lahore High Court, I found that there are a lot of petitions put up by farmers who claim their money for the sugar cane that they've sold to sugar factories. And I noted that this is something that is repeated every year. There are a large number of people who come, and these are poor farmers. They're not people, they come to court for the money that they want for the cane that they have sold. Along with that, there are problems that the factory has borrowed money from banks, so there's mortgage, there's pledge, there's loans, and so at the end of the day, when you look at a way or a solution, everything was in the ownership of the bank, as the bank would say, and the farmer was complaining that they were not getting their money, and not getting their money for years on end. It's not a debt that was settled after a year or two. So this particular case that came to my court, the farmers had not gotten their money for 15 years. 15 years, the debt had accumulated for the farmers and was much bigger than the debt of the banks. Now I had the farmer in the court, I had the banks in the court, and I had two competing rights. The bank's version was that everything is mortgaged with us, so we have the right, the first right as creditors to first take the money, and so if we sell everything, even that doesn't settle our debt. The farmer said, I don't know all of this debt language and pledge language, but they took the cane from me and they have to pay. There was no solution that I could find in our books, and after doing a lot of research, I do a lot of my own research, I looked at the produce market around the world. And I discovered that the farmer can be given a claim on the produce that the farmer has sold to the sugar cane, to the sugar factory, and will retain title on that produce until the debt is paid off. So in my mind, I had drawn a Venn diagram. So I had the bank's rights and I had the farmer's rights and this gray space in the middle. And that's what my judgment did. It covered the gray space and said that the bank may have been mortgaged the property, but the right of title stays with the cane grower until the sugar is paid off, because the cane grower retains title in the sugar, even if ultimately that sugar becomes a biscuit or a lollipop. You have to pay. The debt is in the sugar, even if ultimately that sugar becomes a biscuit or a lollipop. You have known it's so the debt. So it was a new judgment, something new, and I'm happy to say that the result was good because the amount of petitions that came were reduced. The Supreme Court upheld the judgment, and you don't really now see this problem anywhere. So it's really thinking out of the box and using the law as best as you can. There are many, many examples, but that's what my job is. My job is to look for solutions, just like everybody else here is looking for solutions. But I think what's fundamental to all of this, what my experience has shown to me is we really have to move towards science and data, and we have to work with information and knowledge, and we have to come to decisions which engage with people. I have to know what you want, what your case is, what your issues are for me to be able to deliver a judgment. So in the same way, the lawmaker, the policymaker must know what the needs are, must engage, and that's how I believe narratives are built.
Madam Justice Saiba, I want to thank you again, not just for that, but for the whole experience of this conversation. As the first female Supreme Court Justice, you've been navigating the unknown, not just at the Supreme Court, but even before that. And thank you for kind of a masterclass in how to do that. I think this was really an epic example of reflections of a leader. And along with General Zubair Mahmood Hayat, both conversations to me were incredibly insightful. I learned a lot from them. I hope that the audience was also able to learn a lot about leadership and a little bit about you. I'm so grateful that you were so open and welcoming to this experience. I must also thank the audience for the quality and tenor of the questions, exceptional. And I'm so proud of everybody that's here and so proud to be associated with Asfar and Rabia and the whole team at Nutshell that have put this together. This was really, for me, this was a privilege, and I thank you all for it. With that, I wrap this up, thanking the Justice Saiba once again, and moving on hopefully to lunch, but I know that there's some ceremonies that we have to partake in before
there
that
are
happens.
very brief ceremony. If you would stay there just for a moment, I'll invite Asfar and Amir back onto the stage for the presentation of gratitude and token of appreciation. Thank you very much indeed, and Musharraf too. Not just insightful, but inspiring, if I may say so. Thank you very much for a great panel. Asfar, Amir, and to present the token, let me invite Dr. Ishrat Hussain, the former Federal Minister and Governor of the State Bank of India, to make the presentation.
Air Chief Marshal Sohail Aman Saab, if you could also please join us on the stage. Sohail Saab and Usman Yusuf. Where is Usman? Is he already here? Sir, Sohail Aman, if you could please join us. Usman Yusuf, if you're around, if you could also please join us.
Round of applause, please, for Justice and the team there. And having seen that, could we also now invite General Zubair to come and receive a token of appreciation as well? Please, a round of applause for General Zubair. Once again, folks, a really inspiring pair of interviews there with General Zubair Mahmood Hayat and Justice Aisha Malik. Thank you very much, Musharraf Zaidi, for conducting those, and thank you for what's been a really good pre-lunch session at the summit today. Your appreciation also for Dr. Ishrat Hussain, the former Federal Minister, for making the presentation. He will be with us later on this afternoon after lunch for his own session. And that wraps up the morning session, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an incredibly inspiring, insightful, informative morning session. But now it's time for lunch. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are running a little bit late, so we're going to try and kick off the afternoon session by 2 p.m. So please, a quick lunch and back here for an early start for what's going to be another great session this afternoon. Thank you for your attendance, and we'll see you very shortly in about 30 minutes from now. I'll get it right next time.